Chapter 51-33. Looking at this terrifying palm, even Murong Qingqing, Yun Yu, and the Crimson Dragon's expressions changed. Because this attack was really too terrifying, especially Yun Yu. Yun Yu was especially shocked. It seemed that Yun Hai must have obtained an extremely powerful trump card. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't have become so terrifying. Between heaven and earth, the sacred palm grabbed forward with the radiance of the great Tao. It wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He roared angrily and took a step forward. His body was surrounded by extremely terrifying flames. He was like the god of the sun that wanted to burn the 9 heavens. The flames that filled the sky rushed toward the sacred palm. The two collided, producing a shocking sound. Suppress him. Seeing that his opponent had blocked his palm, Yun Hai roared. Yun Hai roared, and the divine palm exploded with light again. Mysterious runes appeared on his 5 fingers. Those were ancient primordial runes. They were abnormally terrifying. As soon as they appeared, the power of this divine ability increased exponentially. The 5 fingers seemed to have turned into divine arrows that pierced through the 9 heavens. They pierced through the divine flames. Then, the huge palm wanted to refine Lin Xian. Light of purification. The primordial runes on the palm burst out with a bright light that purified everything. Not good. Many people exclaimed. If they were enveloped by the light of purification, they would probably turn into a pile of bones. It was over. The corners of the twins of destiny's lips curled up. It seemed that they didn't need to use the judgment of destiny to fight against the other party. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. 6-path fist. He punched out, and around his fist, there were illusions of 6 different worlds. It was extremely mysterious. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone was shocked. What kind of fist technique was this? It seemed to be able to pierce through the sky. It was too terrifying. As soon as the 6-path fist was punched out, it swept in all directions with an indomitable spirit and the power of the divine body. It collided with the other party's light of evolution. There was a rumbling sound between heaven and earth. The endless void shattered. The blood of the surrounding people surged. As expected of a top expert, these 2 people were fighting fiercely. The light of evolution was shattered by the 6-path fist. Even the 5 fingers were shaking violently. Devil's Fang. At this moment, Yun Hai roared again. He would never give up on the advantage he had gained. 5 demon heads appeared on the sacred finger. The fangs on it were abnormally sharp. The demon head bit at Lin Xian, wanting to tear him into pieces. This time, the power of the good and evil children erupted at the same time. The 2 opposing forces were perfectly fused together. His power had increased again, as expected of the young patriarch. This time, how was Lin Wuyi going to defend himself? The people of Fate Clan sneered. They had never seen Lin Xian in action before. Therefore, they thought that Lin Xian was dead meat. However, the other experts had grave expressions on their faces. Lin Xian had defeated Flawless 100 miles before. Would he fall so easily? Looking at the 5 demon heads, Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, endless devil chi gathered on his left hand, forming the devil god's seal. He slammed his palm forward. With one strike, one of the demon heads was smashed into pieces, turning into a death aura that lingered between heaven and earth. A miserable cry was heard, causing Yun Hai's expression to change. Damn it! The other 4 demon heads rushed over crazily. Lin Xian continuously waved the devil god's seal, smashing the other 4 demon heads. For a moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He swept in all directions, causing his opponent's palm to shake continuously. Yun Hai roared and suddenly closed his palm. At this moment, the void within his palm was completely shattered. Lin Wuyi was hit. Seeing this scene, countless cries of surprise sounded, but they were suppressed by this power. His body should have turned into a bloody mist long ago. Although he was not dead, he was still seriously injured. Kid, let's see how you die. I will refine you. Yun Hai's lips curled into a smile again. However, not long after, the smile disappeared. Because a sonorous sound came from his palm. A huge force rushed towards his palm. Then, one of his fingers was broken. Lin Xian used the six paths divine fist. After waving it millions of times in a row, he directly broke one of his fingers. Then, he charged out forcefully, surrounded by laws. He was extremely powerful. Kill for me. He clasped his hands together and slashed out with his sword. A sharp sword chi descended and split the remaining palm in half. How was this possible? The people of the Twin of Destiny clan roared crazily. Such a terrifying divine ability was actually broken by the other party. What kind of power was this? The expressions of the others changed drastically. It was too terrifying. It was indeed Lin Woody. Bailey Wuck and the others had solemn expressions. They knew that the other party would not be defeated so easily. After Lin Xian came out, sword chi surrounded his body. He smiled and said, "Is that all you have? You really disappoint me. If that's all you have, then it's all over. This sharp-tongued kid has some strength. No wonder he can be crowned king. Unfortunately, my trump card is not something you can imagine. Next, you have angered me. Suffer my anger." Yun Hai's eyes blossomed with an extremely terrifying light. His aura also changed. It was no longer sacred, but sinister and terrifying, as if he had transformed into the death god of hell. As his palm opened and closed, it was no longer the light of purification, but the 18 levels of hell. Each level was surrounded by evil spirits. It was abnormally sinister and terrifying. That aura caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change. Their souls trembled. The moment the 18 levels of hell appeared, the sky trembled and the void shattered. "Kill!" Yun Hai roared angrily. His palm descended and the 18 levels of hell shattered. The void once again enveloped Lin Xian. This was not a weapon, but a manifestation of a great divine ability. It could be said to be very terrifying. Lin Xian raised his fist to resist. With a clang, the six paths divine fist smashed onto the 18 levels of hell. The sky trembled. Endless sounds made the surrounding people's ears bleed. The 18 levels of hell did not move at all and directly pressed down. Everyone was shocked. Was it so terrifying? They had witnessed how terrifying Lin Xian's fist was. But even so, there was nothing they could do. 18 levels of hell, what kind of power was this? The people of the Twins of Destiny laughed again. This kid is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yun Hai snorted coldly. It's useless. You can't escape. Enter the 18 levels of hell and accept the punishment of death. Boom! The 18 levels of hell descended, enveloping Lin Xian. Everyone was shocked. However, at this moment, a phantom appeared behind Yun Hai. Then, a sword stabbed out. Everyone was shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? Even the powerhouses of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. Because they realized that under this sword, they couldn't dodge at all. It might even be a one-hit kill. Chapter 5134. Who was it? He actually made a move at this time. Even the people of the Twin of Destiny clan shouted angrily. They wanted to help. However, at this time, they were stunned. They found that the one who made the move was actually Lin Xian. Impossible, wasn't this kid suppressed in the 18 levels of hell? How could he still come out? An illusion. That was his afterimage just now. His speed was too fast. The people of the Thunder clan roared. They had fought with Lin Xian before, so they naturally knew that his speed was even more terrifying than their thunderous steps. Yun Hai's pupils shrank. He felt a fatal danger coming from behind. He didn't know who it was, and he didn't have the chance to listen to the discussions of the people around him. At this moment, he roared and his body swayed, dodging the fatal danger. This sword pierced his shoulder, tearing a wound on his shoulder. He roared like an injured beast, turned around and struck out with his palm. The terrifying aura turned his back into a black hole. However, he didn't hit Lin Xian and appeared in another direction again. Another sword. Azura sword technique, second sword. The shocking sword light was even more terrifying. Yunhai roared. This time, it pierced through his body, but it didn't pierce his heart. After the second sword, the third sword came again. This time, it pierced towards his forehead. He roared crazily and blocked with both hands, striking out with terrifying power. Half of his body was holy, and the other half was dark. However, under this sword, his arms were cut off, and his whole body retreated. There was a crack between his eyebrows. It almost split his head in half. The 3 sword strikes in a row happened in an instant. When everyone reacted, they saw that Yunhai was seriously injured and had retreated. It was too fast. Everyone was in an uproar. What kind of speed was this? What kind of sword technique was this? It was a one-hit kill. It was terrifying to the extreme. At the same time, the people of the Phoenix clan were also amazed. This Yunhai was truly extraordinary. Even the experts of the older generation had died several times in his killing spree. Moreover, this Yunhai was not ordinary at all. Yunhai was only injured, and his life wasn't in danger. They had to admit that the opponent was indeed very strong. Yunhai felt the pain from his body, and he roared crazily. The blood in his body burned, quickly healing his injuries. He found that these injuries had an indestructible power that was difficult to erase. Damn it! Within his bloodline, extremely powerful runes appeared and forcefully healed his broken body. His face became incomparably pale. He didn't expect that healing his injured body would consume so much of his strength. This was too inconceivable. Even if he was severely injured by a saint, it shouldn't be so difficult for him to recover. There was a problem with this person's swordsmanship. In fact, each of his moves carried an aura of invincibility. Damn brat, you've completely infuriated me. Yunhai formed a seal with his hands, and the phantoms of good and evil that he had summoned circled around him. At this moment, the entire sky was split into 2. Half of it was as dark as the devil, while the other half was as holy as the heavens. Everyone was terrified. They knew that Yunhai was completely enraged and was about to unleash his true ultimate technique. Countless people gasped in surprise. They didn't expect that the outcome of the battle would be decided in less than 100 moves. The members of the Fate clan were excited. The Fate clan leader's eyes shone brightly. Yunhai, go ahead and let these people see your new ancestors' inheritance. Yunyu was shocked. The Crimson Dragon asked. What's wrong? Yunyu said that the good and evil that we summon are all phantoms. But look, the one that Yunhai summoned is about to materialize. This meant that his bloodline had become much more terrifying than before. His strength would probably increase a lot in the future. When the Crimson Divine Dragon and the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew that if the good and evil phantoms weren't destroyed at the same time, it would be very difficult for Yunhai to fall. This was a very difficult battle. Kill! With a roar, Yunhai made his move and punched out. The evil sun behind him also flew out. The fist turned into a hell dragon that covered the sky and was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. It turned into a black dragon that danced between heaven and earth. The 2 dragons clashed like 2 giant dragons, and a sonorous sound rang out. Between heaven and earth, the void shattered like a mirror. At this moment, the second move came. With a palm strike, it seemed to have turned into the heavens. Yunhai suppressed down with supreme power. On the other side, the black dragon turned into a black mist. It condensed again and formed the 18 levels of hell. At this moment, Yunhai carried the power of heaven and hell and charged toward Lin Xian. He cut off his opponent's path. Kid, I've created 2 worlds. So what if you're fast? Can you escape? Not good, Lin Woody is in danger this time. The people of the Phoenix clan frowned, and the people of the Thunder clan also laughed. It seemed that Yunhai was restraining the opponent's speed. Without speed, Lin Xian couldn't resist this power. Flawless 100 miles of the Heavenly Rock clan's eyes shone. Lin Woody, how are you going to resist? He knew that weapons weren't allowed in this battle, which meant that Lin Xian couldn't use the heaven-devouring jar. So he wanted to see what other trump cards Lin Wuyi had. Looking at heaven and hell, he charged. Lin Xian stood there without moving. His expression was incomparably cold. His palms formed a seal, and a black and white aura spun in his hands. Then, they turned into a Tai Chi diagram and charged forward. Tai Chi turned into yin and yang, colliding with heaven and hell. Millions of thunder rumbled. A storm formed between heaven and earth, and countless people retreated frantically. At the same time, they widened their eyes. Did he block it? How was that possible? The people of the Twin of Destiny clan were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The people of the Thunder clan were also stunned. This time, Lin Xian didn't escape. The people of the Phoenix clan and the Heavenly Rock clan were also shocked. What was that? The power of yin and yang. He actually condensed the yin-yang diagram. They were too shocked. The power of yin and yang, the original power of heaven and earth, turned into yin and yang. Shouldn't it be Kun Pengzi? Why was it Lin Xian? This guy actually had such a unique skill. Flawless 100 Miles gritted his teeth. This kind of power, when he fought with him before, the other party didn't use it at all. In other words, the other party didn't use all his strength before. He gritted his teeth. On the other side, Feng Jiu's eyes also burst out with a cold light. Had another super powerful trump card appeared. Lin Wuyi not only had the aura of the dragon, but also the power of yin and yang. The Phoenix clan leader also narrowed her eyes. She was shocked. Now she understood why Lin Xian wanted to attack the 4 Dharma Laksana avatars. The other party wanted to use the power of the good and evil twins to improve his yin-yang diagram. Between heaven and earth, hell and heaven were blocked. The yin-yang diagram kept spinning with a mysterious aura. Although it was small, the light it emitted was terrifying. I've said it before? You can't do anything to me. Lin Xian's indifferent voice sounded. On the opposite side, Yun Hai's expression was ferocious. His eyes were red as he stared at the Tai Chi diagram. Chapter 5135. Damn it! The power of yin and yang. Yun Hai was extremely ferocious. He couldn't understand how his opponent could control such power. I can't accept this. His crazy anger and bloodline power burst out, enveloping heaven and hell. The heavenly hall gradually condensed into the shape of an angel, which grabbed forward. On the other side, hell also turned into a grim reaper and moved quickly. The angel's palm and the grim reaper's palm grabbed the yin-yang diagram and wanted to tear it apart. The power of yin and yang is the ancestor of the Destiny clan. How can you fight with me? I'll prove to you that you're vulnerable in front of me. Break for me! Yun Hai roared crazily, and his terrifying aura tore the whole world apart. The yin-yang diagram shook violently as if it would break at any time. Lin Xian snorted, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Just you? Well, I'll let you see my true strength today. Lin Xian circulated the dragon's soul aura in his body. Open! With a roar, the yin-yang diagram slowly opened. Great! It was torn apart. The Destiny twins sneered. This time, Lin Xian's foundation was damaged. The other people's scalps went numb. Could it be that Lin Wuyi was defeated in the battle of yin and yang? It seemed to be the case. The people of the Tianping clan shook their heads and sighed. If they wanted to compete with the Destiny clan, only the real Kunpeng clan could compete with them. Unless Kun Pengzi came, he could suppress Yun Hai. Feng Jiu frowned, and Murong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. However, at this time, Murong Qingqing laughed, and the others widened their eyes. They found that Lin Xian was not injured, and the yin-yang diagram was not broken. Instead, there was a shocking change. On one side, endless light bloomed, and the flames of the 9 heavens condensed into a figure. Wearing golden armor and holding a golden sword, he turned into a yang god. On the other side, the aura of death was monstrous, and it condensed into a black spear. It turned into a yin god. Kill! Lin Xian formed a seal behind him. The yang god roared, holding the 9 yang divine sword, and attacked the archangel. On the other side, Yinshin wielded the spear of death and charged towards Death God. The four phantoms fought fiercely between heaven and earth. The power of yin and yang erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. All sorts of laws danced in the air, and the terrifying radiance caused the world to tumble. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. How was this possible? The members of the Twin of Destiny clan couldn't believe it. Even their patriarch had gone crazy. The only reason they could do this was because they had the good and evil twins. What right does the other party have? Could it be that the other party also had this bloodline? Even Yunyu was dumbfounded. At this moment, a sense of fear emerged in his heart. The more time she spent with Lin Xian, the more she found him to be unfathomable. It was as if even gods could not contend against him. Damn it, Yunhai urged the Archangel and the Grim Reaper to attack wildly. However, the Yang God and the Yin God were even more terrifying. Lin Xian had devoured the power of the 4 Dharma manifestations. The yin-yang laws were extremely terrifying. In addition, the Yang God and the Yin God were originally evolved from the power of the great dragon sword soul. His every move was filled with boundless power. The 2 sides exchanged over 100 moves, and the 9 Yang divine swords split the Archangel apart with a single slash. On the other side, the spear of death had also pierced through the Grim Reaper. Had the outcome been decided? Countless people exclaimed. Yunhai kept vomiting blood. Her face turned pale, and cracks appeared on her body. Had she lost? Damn it! Lin Xian strode over and slapped her away. He said coldly, "You're no match for me at all. Who do you think you are to shout at me? Do you have the right to challenge me?" As he spoke, he threw out punches continuously. The 6-path fist forced the other party to keep retreating. Damn it! How dare you! The Destiny clan's patriarch roared crazily when he saw this scene. He took a step forward, and a terrifying aura pressed down. As the patriarch of a clan, his strength was terrifying. At this moment, the surrounding spectators couldn't help but kneel on the ground. Oh no, is the Destiny clan going to attack? Countless terrified voices were heard. On the Phoenix clan's side, Murong Qingqing hurriedly looked at the old Phoenix. Old Phoenix sighed. "It's best if you don't interfere in the battle of the young." His voice carried a terrifying aura, causing the pressure in the sky to disappear. "Who dares to interfere?" The Destiny clan's patriarch roared and turned his head. The next moment, he saw an old man. His soul shook. "It's you!" Damn it, the other party actually invited the old Phoenix of the Phoenix clan. This made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. The Crimson Dragon also jumped out. "Destiny clan, you were the one who set the challenge. Why are you slapping your own face now?" The Toad sneered. "It was a one-on-one battle. If the young can't do it, the old will come out? Do you think we're not prepared?" A cold laugh was heard. The members of the Twin of Destiny clan were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Yunhai also angrily shouted, "Father, don't interfere. I'll do it myself. I haven't lost yet." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were shocked. "Haven't lost yet? Does Yunhai still have the strength to fight?" Yunhai roared, and the good and evil phantom condensed again. The others were also amazed. It was too terrifying. Only the Twins of Destiny had such combat prowess. He's still not dead after suffering such serious injuries. The people of the Thunder clan shook their heads. The Destiny twins would only die if they died at the same time. Otherwise, they were immortal. It was impossible for Lin Wudi to kill the other party. On the contrary, if Yunhai was really determined to exhaust Lin Xian, he might really be able to turn the tables. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Why? Not admitting defeat? Then I'll kill you until you admit defeat." He continued to urge the Yin God and Yang God to kill. "Damn it, I don't believe that you're stronger than me." Yunhai gritted his teeth. The other party was only a holy king, and he was a mid-stage great sage. Their combat strength was about the same. But their cultivation bases were much weaker. and this difference in cultivation bases. That was the difference in strength. The other party's combat strength was stronger than his, but the time he could last was definitely much shorter than his. This was the difference in cultivation bases. He could exhaust the other party to death. But this time, he was really wrong. He didn't know that Lin Xian had a powerful world in his body that provided resources. It could be said that his strength would never be exhausted. Just like that, Yunhai was chased for 3 days. The good and evil ones had been destroyed hundreds of times. Lin Xian's Yang God and Yin God aura didn't weaken at all. Yunhai went crazy. Damn it, how was this possible? How could the other party have so much strength? Not to mention him, the surrounding powerhouses couldn't believe it. Bailey Wuck and Feng Jiao also frowned. Did Lin Wuyi secretly take a pill? They carefully observed every detail, but didn't find anything. It seems that you have no more trump cards. Then I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. He was ready to end this battle. Damn it! Who said that I have no trump cards? I'll let you see my greatest trump card. Chapter 5136. Twin Souls. Yunhai's body was stained with blood, but his eyes were unusually cold. A terrifying bloodline power surged out. The good and evil twins had completely materialized at this moment. Heavens, what did he summon? Countless people were shocked. Twin souls! In the distance, Yunyu also exclaimed. He actually obtained such an inheritance? Murong Qingqing said. Is it very powerful? Yunyu's expression was cold. This was the method of the Fate Ancestor. It was equivalent to borrowing the power of the Fate Ancestor from afar. As soon as these words came out, Murong Qingqing's face became incomparably solemn. The Crimson Dragon and the toad next to him also had cold expressions. This was already very dangerous. One had to know that now that they couldn't use weapons, it was equivalent to not being able to use many of their trump cards. Now that the other party had used such a powerful technique, it was really dangerous. Why do I feel like that good and evil statue seems to have come to life? There's actually the aura of souls on it. The surrounding powerhouses were also shocked. The powerhouses of the Heavenly Rock clan and the Phoenix clan also gasped. This method was too incredible. The Destiny twins were so excited that they were about to kneel on the ground. Great, they felt the message of the Fate Ancestor. The Fate Ancestor had descended from afar. Yunhai also felt a powerful force. This force had completely surpassed his own. He laughed wildly. Kid, go to hell! He slapped out with his palm. Monstrous power swept across heaven and earth. The two figures that were summoned behind him were like two real great sages. They were extremely powerful. They rose into the air and charged forward. In an instant, Lin Xian spat out blood and flew backward. Even the yin and yang spirits he summoned were torn apart in an instant. He was injured. Lin Wuyi was injured. Countless voices of discussion sounded. Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous. Brat, did you see that? Do you think you can withstand my true trump card? Now go to hell for me. Yunhai slapped out again. The monstrous laws were incomparably violent. Lin Xian's pupils shrank and he quickly retreated. The place where he was originally standing instantly shattered, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. It's over. This time, Lin Wuyi was really in danger. The surrounding people could see that after using the Gemini souls, they were all shocked. Yunhai had already used a powerful force from the alternate dimension. Although it wasn't his own power, it didn't violate the rules. The rules only stated that weapons could not be used, but they did not say that summoning powers could not be used. Just like that, Yunhai continued to attack and began to chase after Lin Xian. He laughed out loud like a victor. The members of the Twin of Destiny clan also laughed. It was only a matter of time before Lin Wuyi fell. Yunhai was just playing a game of cat and mouse. Another palm shot out. It was like a raging wave crashing against the shore. The rumbling sound spread out for a long time. Lin Xian retreated. The indestructible longevity war armor appeared on his body to repair itself. It's useless, kid. Stop resisting. You're no match for me. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Lin Xian's expression was cold, but then he smiled. Twin souls? It's not your power at all. So what? I can summon this power, and he is mine. If you have the ability, you can summon it too. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is. Do you think I won't? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Next, I'll let you experience what a real summon is. He formed a seal with his palms, and the demonic energy on his body quickly swept out. Yunhai was stunned, then he laughed out loud. Who do you think you are? You don't have a powerful family. You don't have an ancestor, so where can you summon power? The others were also puzzled. What was this guy trying to do? The members of the Twin of Destiny clan also snorted disdainfully. In their opinion, no matter what the other party did, he couldn't escape death. The demonic energy on Lin Xian's body became more and more terrifying. It condensed behind him, forming a shadow. The shadow was very blurry, but as soon as it appeared, it erupted with an ancient and mysterious aura. It caused the surrounding sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Even the virtuous child and the evil child let out a roar. Their expressions became extremely uneasy. What kind of power was this? The members of the Twin of Destiny clan roared crazily. They felt that something was wrong. Yunhai's pupils also shrank. Damn it, he knew that he had underestimated the other party. The other party could actually summon a mysterious existence. He absolutely wouldn't allow the other party to use this power. With an angry roar, it rushed over like a bolt of lightning. The good twin's body bloomed with light, causing the sun in the sky to lose its brilliance. He held the scepter in his hand and struck out a shocking blow. On the other side, the evil twin also charged over. The aura on it made people's hearts tremble. The terrifying power made people despair. The strongest attack, destroy it for me. Yunhai roared angrily. In an instant he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Two kinds of power enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the demonic shadow behind him moved. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. That finger instantly materialized. Boom! With a point of his finger, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A heaven-shaking sound rang out, and the void in front and around instantly shattered. It turned into darkness. The good twin and the evil twin were sent flying, and endless cracks appeared on their bodies. Then they collapsed. Yunhai was pierced through by the finger, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. He kept screaming in the air. The surrounding spectators were shocked when they saw this scene, especially the Destiny clan, who couldn't believe it. How was this possible? Yunhai Dong was using the power of the Destiny clan's ancestor. Although there was only a little, the twin souls were extremely terrifying. Even a saint couldn't resist it. However, the other party had managed to block it and even managed to shatter it. How did he do it? The Destiny clan leader gritted his teeth and roared. Impossible! What was that demonic shadow behind the other party? No! I don't believe it! I won't lose! Yunhai roared. His expression was ferocious. Could it be that he was still defeated after using his strongest trump card? He charged forward again. The demonic shadow behind Lin Xian attacked again. Demonic God Seal. A huge seal attacked and completely suppressed him. He was suppressed in the sky by a huge black mountain. He roared crazily and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian attacked again. The demonic shadow behind him once again struck out with the demonic god finger and pointed at his forehead. This demonic shadow was too terrifying. Yunhai was summoned by force, and it was the power of the Destiny clan's ancestor. But Lin Xian's demon summoning scripture was even more mysterious. No matter how powerful the Destiny clan's ancestor was, he wasn't a great emperor. And the demon summoning scripture was created by a great emperor. Lin Xian guessed that the demonic shadow behind him was most likely the phantom of a great emperor. The power of a great emperor was absolutely supreme. Therefore, under this finger, Yunhai lost his life completely. His body fell from the sky. Lin Xian took the other party's storage ring. As for the other party's power, it was also swallowed by him with the Taiji diagram. Chapter 5137. Everyone was shocked when Yunhai was destroyed. The Twin of Destiny clan went crazy. They couldn't accept this result. Yunhai had received the inheritance of the ancestor and possessed the twin souls, but he still died. What exactly was this thing that Lin Wuyi summoned? Damn it, was he already so terrifying? The people of the Thunder clan went crazy. The people of the Heavenly Pink clan sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the Phoenix clan had a solemn expression. The Crimson Dragon and the others laughed out loud. The Toad jumped out and said, "How is it? Weren't you very arrogant before? How dare you challenge us? Now continue." The Crimson Dragon sneered. An ant was an ant. Even if it was summoned, the power that didn't belong to it was still unable to withstand a single blow. The corner of Murong Qingqing's mouth raised into a smile. Great, Brother Xian was fine. She was relieved. Yunyu was shocked. Even the twin souls couldn't do anything to the other party? This time, he felt despair. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party even if he cultivated for the rest of his life. Damn it, you dare to hurt our young patriarch! On the side of the Twin of Destiny clan, a few elders were instantly enraged. They rushed over. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The demonic shadow behind him hadn't disappeared yet. He pointed out a finger. It was like a demonic sword descending. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two elders vomited blood and flew out. Their bodies shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." A cold voice sounded. The people of the Destiny clan trembled in despair. Were their elders unable to withstand a single blow? The two elders were even more terrified. Previously, they had only seen this finger. Now that they had personally experienced it, they trembled in fear. However, the Destiny clan leader stood up. "Lin Wuyi, you dared to kill my son. Go to hell." He was really crazy. The previous attack was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. Moreover, he never thought that Yunhai would die. One had to know that even if Yunhai was defeated, it was impossible for him to die with the twin souls. So now that Yunhai had died, he couldn't bear it. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. He could only kill the brat in front of him to avenge Yunhai. Taking a step forward, the power on his body exploded and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Their heads were about to split open. They were terrified. Was the Fate clan leader going to make a move himself? That was the head of a clan. His strength far surpassed Yunhai's. Lin Xian also felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he had the devil shadow behind him, he still wouldn't be able to compete with the Fate tribe's appearance. Murong Qingqing's expression changed. He looked at the old phoenix. The old phoenix walked out and waved her hand. An ancient phoenix phantom covered the sky and blocked the other party's aura of destiny. He said coldly, "As the leader of a clan, how could you be so despicable?" The previous duel had been a fair one. Yunhai's death could only be attributed to his inferior skills. If you want to make a move and break the rules, you have to ask for my permission first. The old phoenix's voice was abnormally terrifying. The Fate clan leader was instantly frozen. He gritted his teeth. "Humph, do you think it won't die if I don't do anything?" He was definitely going to die today. The Fate clan leader waved his hand. The wind and clouds in all directions shattered, and 100 figures appeared. A holy angel and 99 hunters surrounded Lin Xian from all directions. Feeling the terrifying aura around them, the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They didn't expect such a terrifying existence to exist. The people of the Heavenly Rock clan exclaimed. Fate adjudication, they really came. The others were shocked when they heard it. They had already guessed that the Fate clan wouldn't let this matter rest. Now that they had brought along fate adjudication, it was an invincible force. Even a sage wouldn't be able to escape death. Now that fate adjudication had made a move, could Lin Xian withstand it? How dare you! The old phoenix roared and was about to make a move. However, the Fate clan leader said, I respect you as a senior. Since you're holding me back, I'll be your opponent. An extremely terrifying phantom appeared from his body and blocked the old phoenix. Fate adjudication's actions were too fast. It made a move in an instant. A holy angel's light and 99 death scythes covered the sky and the earth. Everyone was stunned. It's over. This Lin Wudy is definitely going to die. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. 3 vortexes appeared around him and surrounded him to absorb the energy. However, he was still forced back, and his blood was boiling. It's useless. Lin Wudy, even if you have the devouring heaven jar, you won't be able to escape death today. The scepter in the holy angel's hand was a legendary sage weapon. At this moment, after it was activated, it had a mysterious power. The 99 hunters used their bloodline power to wield another saint artifact. They condensed into a terrifying death scythe. Lin Xian's situation was extremely dangerous. A vortex appeared around Lin Xian. It slowly disappeared. He stood in the void. Everyone was extremely excited when they saw this scene. What was going on? Did Lin Wudy give up on using the devouring heaven jar? Could it be that he knew that he was going to die? Ha ha. The people of the Fate clan sneered. This time, they must tear the other party into pieces. The devouring heaven jar was theirs. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Fate's judgment, punishing others, controlling their fate? I want to see if you can control my fate. An extremely terrifying aura burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. On his body, a Tai Chi diagram appeared and kept spinning. The good and evil aura of the Sea of Clouds was also absorbed by the Tai Chi diagram. Lin Xian felt that his law of yin and yang had reached a limit. With a boom, an extremely terrifying power appeared in his body. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. They looked up at the sky. Bailey Wuck exclaimed. He was going to break through, he was going to become a supreme sage. Feng Jiao was also shocked. These top geniuses were all at the peak of the Sage King realm. No one had entered the Supreme Sage realm yet. Could it be that Lin Wudy was going to be the first to become a Supreme Sage? If that was the case, then he would be above everything. Damn it! Stop him! When the Fate clan leader saw this, he roared crazily. The holy angel waved his hand and activated the powerful holy scepter. The other people crazily activated the death scythe and slashed down mercilessly. At this moment, a thunderbolt streaked across the sky and directly struck the holy scepter and the death scythe. The holy angel and 99 hunters were also sent flying while vomiting blood. The other people's blood was boiling. Many of them directly knelt on the ground. What was going on? At this moment, even the Heavenly Rock clan leader and the Phoenix clan leader's expression changed drastically. They felt a fatal threat. The Phoenix clan leader's pupils shrank. The Fate clan leader was even more shocked. What was going on? Chapter 5138. There was an extremely terrifying power between heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient beast had been resurrected. The terrifying aura sent chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, they looked up at the sky and saw lightning gathering. Not good, he was going to break through. Someone was going to pass the tribulation. Roars of anger could be heard. It was definitely none other than Lin Xian. Was he going to pass the tribulation at this time? Stop him! The Destiny clan leader roared. The Holy Angel and 99 hunters attacked crazily. They used their ultimate killing moves. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly turned red like a sea of blood. A red lightning bolt fell directly, and everyone was sent flying while vomiting blood. There were even more than a dozen hunters who were instantly turned into a bloody mist. What was going on? Everyone was stunned. The Phoenix clan leader's face changed drastically. The red lightning was heaven's punishment. Damn it, let's go. He waved his hand and led the Phoenix clan to retreat crazily. He was not the only one. The Sky Rock clan leader and the other experts who were watching the battle all retreated. Lightning tribulation and heaven's punishment were two different things. Lightning tribulation was the heaven's punishment during the tribulation. It was produced by the heavenly Tao. It was the most powerful punishment in the entire universe. Those who attracted heaven's punishment would definitely die. They were people who could not be tolerated by heaven and earth. Damn it, how could it be heaven's punishment? The Destiny clan leader was also dumbfounded. He no longer dared to fight against the old Phoenix. He led his people to retreat crazily. The old Phoenix also retreated far away, his brows tightly knitted together. He really could not understand. How could a top genius like Lin Wudi, a young great emperor, attract heaven's punishment? Damn it, he was going to break through. The Crimson Dragon and the others' faces changed. They were all worried for Lin Xian because they knew that Lin Xian was an abandoned immortal. Every time he broke through, he would have to accept heaven's punishment, unless he entered the Sword World. But now, he seemed to want to borrow the power of heaven's punishment to fight against the enemy. The old Phoenix came here and asked Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing said a few simple words. The old Phoenix was shocked. It was an abandoned immortal. That was too unbelievable. A person who had been abandoned by immortals was actually able to reach this step. The Phoenix clan leader was not in the mood to care about these things right now. She quickly left with her people. Murong Qingqing was worried. The old Phoenix said, "You said that he has a way. If you stay here, you will attract divine punishment. Leave quickly." Murong Qingqing nodded. She knew that Lin Xian had a way to deal with Sky Law. Therefore, he also retreated and left. At this moment, everyone around the heaven battling peak had disappeared. Within 10 million miles, not a single human figure could be seen. Those demonic beasts also fled one after another. Everyone was watching from afar. However, what was surprising was that after the initial explosion of the heavenly punishment's terrifying power, it gradually weakened. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Could it be that Lin Wudi was killed by a single bolt of divine punishment? They didn't understand, but no one dared to go. There was still a trace of thundercloud left in the sky, as if it was looking for a target. If they went over at this time, they would immediately be beaten to death. Therefore, everyone was waiting. In the void below Sky Law, Lin Xian had already disappeared. A black vortex swallowed him. Lin Xian entered the Sword World and dodged the attack of Sky Law. After entering, he began to break through with all his strength. This time, there was no lightning in the sky. Instead, flames appeared in all directions. It appeared on his body out of thin air and burned him. Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? What were these flames? He felt that they were countless times stronger than his 9-yang divine fire. It caused his 9-yang divine body to crack in an instant. The Hellfire Dragon saw this and quickly retreated. He shouted from afar, "Brat, hang in there. This is called tribulation fire." It was the same as lightning tribulation. Why was there no lightning tribulation? Lin Xian was confused. He resisted and asked, "What do you know?" The Hellfire Dragon said, "It has something to do with the world you are in. The specific explanation is too long. I guess you don't have the patience to listen. You know that when you reach the level of Great Sage and enter this world, it will be tribulation fire after you break through." Lin Xian could no longer hear anything because the pain from the flames was so intense that he was about to faint. Damn it! He didn't expect that breaking through to Great Sage would be such a terrifying tribulation. He roared crazily and blocked with all his strength. One moment, the law on his body was overflowing, and the next moment, the terrifying devil chi swept through. Sword chi swept through. At this moment, the sword world was really changing. The last flame completely enveloped Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was broken. However, when a new body was condensed, it bloomed with a crystal-clear radiance. An even more terrifying flame aura filled the air. This shocked Lin Xian. This tribulation fire lasted for half a year. Lin Xian's body experienced countless breakdowns. Finally, on this day, the tribulation fire disappeared. His body was completely recovered. The aura on his body became extremely terrifying. He broke through. In such a short time, the Hellfire Dragon was surprised. In his imagination, it would take at least 3 years. But now, it was completed in just half a year? The 4 spirit beasts of the 4 Spirit Valley were even more shocked. What a terrifying aura! Why do I feel a wave of divine might? Their bodies began to sway. Lin Xian also raised the corner of his mouth. He now felt that he had unlimited power with just a raise of his hand. Right now, his fighting strength was more than 10 times that of before. In other words, his previous opponents, such as Yunhai and Bailey Wuck, if they did not improve, they would not be his opponent at all. He could easily kill them. He could even fight against the Holy Lord without any problems. This was the increase in strength brought to him by the breakthrough of his realm. Great! Lin Xian was overjoyed. It seemed that he could return to the sacred origin ancient city. Long Huangzi, just you wait. I will personally take care of you. If the Dragon Prince did not break through, then he would have already surpassed the Dragon Prince. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's figure flashed and walked out of the sword world. When he came out, the aura on his body changed. It was no longer so terrifying. Instead, it had weakened a lot. It seemed to be weaker than the average great sage. What was going on? Lin Xian was surprised. The Hellfire Dragon's voice came out. It's normal. The outside world is a lightning tribulation. You're going through a fire tribulation. These are 2 different paths. So your aura in the outside world will become different. What about your strength? Lin Xian asked. His strength would not be suppressed, right? The Hellfire Dragon said. Don't worry, his strength was not suppressed. Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His strength did not change. It was just a change in his aura. There was no problem at all. Let's go. His figure flashed, and he flew towards the Phoenix clan. Now, he was going to meet up with Murong Qingqing and the others. The divine punishment in the sky also slowly disappeared. The people thousands of miles away were shocked. Half a year had passed. The experts and patriarchs of the various sects had all returned. However, every clan and sect had sent some people to investigate here. Once there was a change here, they would immediately report it. Now, these people who were in charge of investigating were shocked. The divine punishment disappeared, and someone walked out. Chapter 5139. What? Someone came out? Heavens, who is it? They looked carefully and were shocked. It's Lin Woody. He didn't die? He actually came back alive. Quickly report to the family. These people were extremely shocked and quickly left. They wanted to personally report this news to the family. Half a year ago, Yunhai and Lin Woody fought at the peak of the battle. Lin Woody killed Yunhai, but immediately after, he attracted heaven's punishment. Then, millions of miles of space became a forbidden area. No one dared to cross the line. This news naturally spread. In half a year, the entire Yuheng continent knew about it. Even the people in Holy Abyss Ancient City knew about the situation. They were extremely worried. Some people sneered. Encountering heaven's punishment meant death. People like Dragon Palace and Blue Clan heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Woody finally fell. On Yuheng Continent's side, the people of Lei Dong Clan sneered. The people of Destiny Clan gritted their teeth. Although Lin Woody is dead, they also lost Yunhai. He was the young master of the clan. More importantly, Lin Xian's fall had nothing to do with them. They couldn't get anything from Lin Xian's body. Especially the extreme weapon and cultivation technique inheritance. Those were all things that made them jealous. But now, all of them were buried in heaven's punishment. No one dared to take them. They constantly sent people to investigate. As soon as heaven's punishment disappeared, they would send their strongest forces to snatch the extreme weapon devouring heaven's jar. In fact, they weren't the only ones. The other clans also had their eyes on the devouring heaven's jar. Once they got the extreme weapon, they would have the qualifications to challenge the monarch clans and become the true overlords of the universe. On this day, news finally came back. The people who went to investigate came back personally. Clan leader, there's news. Destiny Clan's people landed and roared crazily. Destiny Clan leader came out with a group of elders. How was it? Did heaven's punishment disappear? The sage nodded crazily and disappeared. Heaven's punishment disappeared. That's great. Destiny Clan leader's eyes burst out with a sharp light. Let's go. This time, I want to snatch the devouring heaven's jar personally. The surrounding elders formed seals and summoned the strong ones. However, the sage shook his head. No, clan leader, you can't go. What's wrong? Has it been taken by someone else? Destiny Clan leader frowned. Who was it that moved so quickly? The sage said that the divine punishment had disappeared, but Linwoody had not died. He had walked out alive. What did you say? The Fate Clan leader was stunned, and so were the others. Linwoody didn't die. How was this possible? The Fate Clan's clan leader grabbed the saint's neck and roared madly. He attracted the wrath of the heavens, and you say he didn't die? The saint was so scared that he started crying. He said in a trembling voice. I don't know either. But the people we left there to investigate all saw it. Linwoody walked out alive. The other families should have received the news by now. Damn it, how could it be like this? The Fate Clan leader roared crazily as the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. He was really mad. His son had fallen, but the other party was still alive. Not only the Fate Clan, but the Thunder Clan and the Divine Fire Clan were also shocked when they heard the news. None of them believed it. When the Heavenly Rock race received the news, they were even more shocked. Bailey Wuck's eyes shone with a positive light. The other party was still alive, so how did he avoid the heavenly punishment? Damn it! Did he break through and become a great sage? The Heavenly Rock Guard said. He wasn't sure as he was too far away, but he didn't feel a strong aura. Maybe he didn't break through. The Heavenly Rock race leader also said that if he didn't break through, then he might really be able to avoid the heavenly punishment. But then, he wouldn't be able to advance for the rest of his life. Wuck, you are different from him. Although you lost to him last time, your future is bright. You just need some time to break through and become a great sage. You might even reach the peak of the great sage realm. And he will always be a sage king. The gap between the two of you will get bigger and bigger. It won't be long before you can trample him under your feet. That's right. Hearing this, Bailey Wuck clenched his fists. Yes, the other party couldn't break through anymore, but he could continue to advance. The gap between them would get bigger and bigger. Just wait, he would break through and become a great sage as soon as possible. When the Phoenix Clan received the news, they didn't dare to believe it. Are you sure he came back alive? The Phoenix Clan leader was shocked. That's right. The guard who came to report nodded. What else did the Phoenix Clan leader want to say? At this moment, the guard guarding the mountain gate rushed over and said, Reporting to the clan leader, someone is here. Who is it? The Phoenix Clan leader asked. The guard said, It's Linwoody. What? Did you say he's here? The Phoenix Clan leader was shocked. Quickly go and invite him over. At the same time, he quickly sent a notice. The elders who informed him, Fongjiu, Murong Qingcheng, and the old Phoenix. These people all knew about it. Fongjiu was stunned when she heard about it. Really? She hurried over. Murong Qingcheng was overjoyed. He was so excited that he was about to cry. Great, Brother Xian was fine. The old Phoenix also found it unbelievable. Was there really a way to avoid the heavenly punishment? He also wanted to see it with his own eyes. For a moment, Everyone gathered in the Phoenix main hall. While they were waiting anxiously, a figure walked over. He was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. His expression was calm and there was a confident smile on his face. That's right, Linwoody. It was this guy. Countless Phoenix clan powerhouses were in an uproar. The roof of the main hall was about to be overturned. The old Phoenix came in front of Lin Xian like lightning. She grabbed Lin Xian and looked at him carefully. Are you really still alive? The Phoenix clan leader also came in person. An extremely cold aura erupted from his eyes. How did you avoid the heavenly punishment? Wait, that's not right. Your aura isn't that of a supreme sage. Could it be that you haven't broken through? As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They had been so shocked by the fact that Lin Xian was still alive that they had forgotten to check his cultivation level. Now that they looked carefully, they realized that his cultivation was very strange. It was a little mysterious, but it was completely different from the Supreme Sage aura that they knew. After thinking about it, they realized that he hadn't broken through to the Supreme Sage realm. Could it be that he hadn't broken through and was here to avoid the heavenly punishment? Feng Jiao also walked over. Lin Xian looked at these people and said, It's a long story. You can think of it that way too. He couldn't explain it. What should he say? He had broken through to the Supreme Sage realm? This way, he couldn't explain it clearly. So he hadn't broken through. Feng Jiao heaved a sigh of relief. The Phoenix clan leader and the others were also relieved. If he had broken through and still avoided the heavenly punishment, it would be too terrifying. If he hadn't broken through, it would be understandable. At the same time, they frowned slightly. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that he could only be a supreme sage for the rest of his life and couldn't break through? It seemed that this was the end of the road for this genius. Thinking of this, many people shook their heads. Even Feng Yu's eyes lit up. Would this young man still be qualified to be on equal footing with her in the future? Chapter 5140. There was a hint of disappointment in the Phoenix clan leader's eyes. This was the end of the young supreme being with no future. He didn't need to pay too much attention to it. Therefore, the gathering ended quickly and everyone left the Phoenix main hall. Lin Xian didn't care. He followed Murong Qingqing and the others back to his territory. Murong Qingqing threw herself into Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian smiled and comforted her. I'm back safely. Young master, did you really not break through? Can't you break through in the future? Yunwei asked. She had been here all this time. The Crimson Dragon said. How could it be? If this kid didn't break through, he wouldn't be smiling so happily. The Toad also said. Show us your strength. The old Phoenix was also there. She looked at Lin Xian with flickering eyes. Qingqing said, You have a way. Do you really have a way? Lin Xian looked at the old Phoenix with a complicated expression. Murong Qingqing said, It's okay. Master is on our side. Lin Xian nodded and said, I did break through to the great sage. It's just that there are some changes in my aura. As for the specifics, I can't explain it. Breakthrough. Hearing this, Yunwei was shocked. The old Phoenix was also surprised. Why? You don't believe me? Lin Xian looked at Yunwei and said, Attack me with all your strength. Yunwei said, Really? Lin Xian said, Don't worry. Okay, then I won't hold back. Yunwei shouted angrily and attacked with both palms. One side was sacred and the other was demonic. This was an all-out attack. Even a great sage intermediate wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian stood there unmoved. With a clang, Yunwei was pushed back. Her arms were numb. However, Lin Xian's body didn't have a single crack. How could it be? Yunwei couldn't believe it. The old Phoenix's pupils shrank. What a strong physique! You did break through. That's right. Lin Xian laughed. With a wave of his hand, the yin-yang image appeared and shrouded Yunwei. Yunwei was shrouded in an instant. How could this be? She felt despair. Previously, although she had lost to Lin Xian, she had only been suppressed after exchanging over 1,000 blows. But now, her opponent was able to suppress her with a single move. If the other party wanted to kill her, wouldn't he be able to do it with just a finger? The other party had really broken through. It was too terrifying. Yunhua lowered her head. From now on, she would respect young master. Although she was also a top genius, she was nothing more than an ant in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian withdrew the yin-yang diagram and nodded. Old Phoenix also sighed. It seems that they have underestimated you. Even this old man has underestimated you, young master. I don't have any other requests now. I just hope that in the future, even if you and Fengjiu become enemies, you can show mercy and spare her life in the end. Lin Xian nodded. Senior, don't worry. I won't kill Fengjiu. That's good. Old Phoenix was also relieved. She could already foresee the expressions of the top geniuses, princes, and princesses when Lin Xian showed his true strength. She had previously guessed which disciple had entered the great saint realm in advance. But she didn't expect it to be the young man in front of her. Senior, I hope you can keep the matter of my breakthrough a secret because I have to return to deal with a powerful enemy. I don't want him to get the news in advance and escape. Don't worry, this old man understands. We won't interfere too much in the affairs of young people like you. Then, Old Phoenix left. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing gathered together. The two of them had endless things to say. Outside there was a storm. Did you hear? Lin Woody didn't die. He came back alive! What? The final winner was Lin Woody. Yes, he was really too powerful. Had he broken through to the great saint realm? Then, who among the younger generation could be his opponent? No, according to reliable sources, Lin Woody's aura was still that of a great saint. He didn't break through. No wonder. I was wondering how he could avoid the heavenly punishment. It turned out that he didn't break through. Can he still break through in the future? It's difficult. It's said that his path has come to an end. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. The news spread across the Yuhan continent. Countless people were talking about it. Some people sighed. Lin Woody would probably become a part of history. When this news spread to wholly distant ancient city, countless people exclaimed in surprise. The people of the Dragon Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, this kid didn't die. But soon they sneered. He was abandoned by the immortal realm. The heavenly punishment threatened him. He could forget about breaking through in this lifetime. Ha ha. The people of the Blue Tribe laughed. They saw hope. As long as the Dragon Prince broke through and became a great saint, killing Lin Woody would be a piece of cake. The people of the Golden Crow Tribe and Zifu Tribe sneered. It wouldn't be long before they could get rid of a peerless enemy. On the other side, the people of the Nalan family, Dugu family, and Fire Dragon Tribe frowned. Was Lin Xian really stagnant? This was very bad news for them. The people of the Divine Union shook their heads frantically. It was impossible. Boss Lin must have a way. So what if he was from the immortal graveyard? Didn't Boss Lin cultivate to the Saint King realm? He must have a way to break through. Cultivation! These people clenched their fists. No matter what, they would advance and retreat with Lin Xian. In a sacred mountain range. Hundreds of people were farming there. They were cultivating spiritual herbs. Those spiritual herbs were crystal clear. Each of them was priceless. If they could be taken outside, a single one of them would be enough to make countless great saints go crazy. Beside the herb field was a lake. A lady was sitting beside the lake. She was dressed in white and looked like a fairy. At this moment, she was holding a scroll. Her eyes were shining. He avoided the heavenly punishment and didn't break through? This guy, he actually managed to deceive everyone in the world? This lady was none other than Yan Ruyu. The news in her hand was about Lin Xian's deeds in the Yuhan continent. She knew that Lin Xian was abandoned by the immortal realm. However, she didn't believe that he hadn't broken through. It was just that the people outside didn't know. Then, Yen Ryu looked at the people who were working in the distance. These people were the only people left in the spirit zone. Yen Ryu's eyes were shining. Their ancestor was a great emperor who had received help from the spirit zone. However, they couldn't protect the spirit zone and let it be destroyed. She had sworn that she would take revenge. The 10,000 Dragons Court. The Dragon Prince. He wouldn't let him go. Yen Ryu stood up. It seemed like it was time to make a trip. She knew that there would be a battle between Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince. In addition, Lin Xian would definitely kill the Dragon Prince because of the enmity between the Black Sea's Dragon Tribe and the 10,000 Dragons Court. Even if Lin Xian could defeat the Dragon Prince after breaking through, it would be too difficult for him to kill the Dragon Prince. As the Emperor's son, the Dragon Prince had an extreme weapon. Therefore, she had to join forces with Lin Xian. Chapter 51-41. Lin Xian had half an extreme Dao weapon, the heaven-swallowing jar. She also had an extreme Dao weapon. If the two of them worked together, they might have a chance of killing the Dragon Prince. According to the intelligence, that kid is returning. Looks like I have to hurry up and prepare. Yen Ryu turned around to prepare endless resources. She wanted to fully awaken the extreme Dao weapon and unleash a shocking attack. The Destiny Twins race also received the news. The other party didn't break through? You think you can keep your life if you don't break through? Too naive. Activate Destiny Judgment again and kill that kid with all your might. The Destiny Clan leader gave the order. Destiny Judgment was activated again. This time, it wasn't 100 people. Previously, Destiny Judgment was hit by the heavenly punishment and 20 people died. Now only 80 people were left. But even so, it was still a super strong force. Killing a Saint King was as easy as flipping one's hand. He didn't believe that the other party would be able to attract the heavenly punishment this time. Destiny Judgment quickly moved out. On the other side, Lin Xian was living a very leisurely life. After breaking through, he wasn't in a hurry to cultivate or fight. The most important thing was to consolidate his realm. This included the realm of cultivation and the realm of mentality. Murong Qingqing had always been by his side, living a carefree and happy life. The Crimson Dragon and the Toad flew over. Kid, the whole world is talking about you now. Lin Xian put down the spirit wine and smiled. Is that so? They all thought that I didn't break through. Thinking about it, this news should have spread to Holy Abyss City. The Dragon Prince didn't have to run anymore. Just wait, I'll go back and give her a huge gift. The Crimson Dragon was excited. I thought about how the Dragon Prince was slapped to the ground by you. I can't even sleep. Let's hurry back. The Toad also roared at the side. Haha, if the Emperor was easily knocked to the ground, the eyeballs of those people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would probably fall to the ground. I really want to see this scene. Murong Qingqing rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, Brother Xian, if you only defeat the Dragon Prince. That's simple. But if you want to kill him, it'll be difficult. Murong Qingqing often stayed with Feng Jiu, and the two of them had sparred before. She naturally knew how difficult it was to kill an emperor. Feng Jiu could summon an extreme weapon now, and so could the Dragon Prince. With the supreme weapon, no one could kill the Dragon Prince. Lin Xian nodded. I understand. This time, he would beat him up viciously to get his revenge. As for killing him, he would have to plan it well. Right now, I only have half an extreme grade weapon, and that's not enough. I'm going to borrow another one. Leaf Dao Denier? Murong Qingqing was shocked. He guessed that the Yi clan would not join forces with him. Once the Dragon Prince fell, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would attack like crazy. The Yi family was not willing to offend such an emperor clan. Murong Qingqing was also worried. Was it necessary to kill him? One should know that Lin Xian would be hunted down endlessly if the Dragon Prince died. The 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court was determined to hunt him down. Lin Xian said, You think that if I don't kill him, He won't kill me? Once the Dragon Prince breaks through and becomes a supreme saint, he will be the first to kill me. So, only one of us can live. As for the 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court's pursuit, so be it. Anyway, the path to becoming a supreme saint meant stepping on countless bones. If the 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court wants to be a stepping stone, I'll fulfill their wish. I'll go back with you. Murong Qingqing was worried. Don't attack first. I'll go back to Jade Pool and see if I can borrow the Desolate Tower. Lin Xian was delighted. Really? If he had the Desolate Tower, his chances of winning would be higher. But before that? There were still some people to deal with. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Murong Qingqing was stunned. Then, he said, the Destiny Clan? Do you think they will attack again? Lin Xian said. They definitely won't let this go. I think the Destiny Judgment is already on the way. This time, I'll destroy them completely. As for the Destiny Clan, I'll personally visit them in the future. I'll kill them. Next, Lin Xian asked the Crimson Dragon and the Toad to release the news. Even the route of their departure had been released. What he wanted was for the Destiny Judgment to find him. This was a very terrifying group of people. While the other party didn't know that he had broken through, he could catch them off guard. After staying for about half a month, Lin Xian and the others set off. The news of their departure and the route had already been released. Therefore, along the way, Lin Xian and the others were always prepared. The previous few days had been peaceful because they were in the territory of the Phoenix clan. After leaving, about 10 days later, their surroundings instantly became cold and gloomy. Countless demon-like auras appeared, and the entire world seemed to have turned into azure hell. They're here. Murong Qingqing frowned. Now that they were far away from the Phoenix clan, these people finally couldn't help but make a move. The Toad snorted coldly. Who are you? Come out. A cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Stupid ants, you'll all go to hell today. 80 dark figures appeared. The auras on their bodies were abnormally cold. They were like the god of death, covering the sky and earth. A holy angel descended from the sky, holding a scepter in his hand and speaking coldly. Kneel down and accept your punishment. Destiny adjudication. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian smiled. You guys really came out. There was a golden glow in his eyes. He looked around and said, Are you guys the only ones? Humph, we alone are enough to deal with you. There's no need for others to do it. The holy angel spoke coldly. You guys should be from the Destiny Clan, a powerful and mysterious force. If all of you fall, I wonder how the Destiny Clan will react? Lin Xian's voice sounded with a trace of cold killing intent. The people of Destiny Adjudication were stunned after hearing this. Then they laughed out loud. Stupid thing, who do you think you are? You want to fight against us, Destiny Adjudication? Even if you can kill the young master, you're not our match. Even if it was a saint, they would still die in front of us, let alone you. Cut the crap, let's do it. The holy angel waved his scepter. The surrounding people rushed over crazily. Yun Yu's expression became incomparably serious. This was the mysterious force of the clan. At this moment, they attacked with all their might. It made her hair stand on end. If it was her, she would probably be killed in an instant. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon also felt their scalps go numb. They didn't have the strength to fight against the sage now. Therefore, they naturally couldn't resist. Murong Qingqing's expression was serious. Her body flickered with a 7-colored radiance. However, Lin Xian didn't let her do it. Now that he had a breakthrough, it was a good time to test how strong he was. Come, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian walked out and looked disdainfully in all directions. Stupid thing. 80 hunters rushed over and turned into 80 peerless abilities, attacking Lin Xian. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It turned into nothingness and no longer existed. Chapter 51-42. It was over in one move. The holy angel sneered. The remaining hunters also had cold expressions. Their attacks were foolproof. In the sky, a huge hand tore everything apart. Lin Xian walked out. It's useless. Is this all you've got? How is this possible? The surrounding people were stunned. The holy angel was also shocked. His opponent's physique was so strong that it had surpassed that of a holy king. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw their shocked expressions. The next moment, he punched out. Six-path fist. It carried an aura of indomitable will. However, its power was more than 10 times stronger than before. Feeling this power, the pupils of Destiny Adjudication's people constricted. They had seen this fist technique before. Lin Xian had used many trump cards in his battle with Yun Hai. They were all very familiar with it. But what was going on with this power? The opponent's power was much stronger than before. It was as if he was a completely different person. Boom! A heaven-shaking sound rang out. Dozens of hunters were sent flying while vomiting blood. Many of their bodies were shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The remaining people were also terrified. Damn it, this is impossible. How did you become so strong? They roared crazily. Lin Xian sneered unmoved. Another palm strike came. In the next moment, his palm carried boundless demonic chi and turned into a demon god seal that descended from the sky. Boom boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Then, dozens of hunters were sent flying while vomiting blood. This time, more than 20 hunters were directly annihilated in body and soul. They were stunned. The people of Destiny Adjudication couldn't believe it. The holy angel's pupils constricted. He roared crazily. Damn it, he was no longer a holy king. He had broken through. He really couldn't explain how the other party had changed so much in just half a year. The only explanation was that the other party had broken through and become a great sage. That was impossible. They had carefully checked the other party's aura. It was definitely not the aura of a great sage. Lin Xian smiled. You can't figure it out, right? Then go to hell to figure it out. He took out the great spear of destruction and quickly moved out. The light carried a destructive aura and turned into the light of the demon god, covering the sky and earth. The hunter screamed crazily and fled quickly. They quickly fled. If the other party really broke through and became a great sage, they would be able to kill him. In that case, his strength would be greatly increased and might even be more terrifying than a sage. After all, the other party had an extreme weapon. Their information was wrong. They had to hurry back to the clan and tell the news to the clan leader and the old ancestor. They sent out even more terrifying existences. Most likely, they would have to send out a pinnacle great sage to kill him. Do you want to leave? Don't you think it's already too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The power in his body exploded. Endless devil chi surrounded him. The power of the great dragon sword spirit also surged out and transformed into a demonic bow. Arching the bow, demonic arrows flew out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. With a boom, several hunters were pierced through by the demonic swords and were nailed to death in the void. No matter where they ran to, Lin Xian's Tianji god eyes would be able to lock onto them. Then, he used the devil's sword to pierce through the other party. All of a sudden, a large number of hunters fell. Damn it! The sacred angel was really angry. He used all his strength and slashed down with the holy heaven scepter in his hand. It was as if he was splitting the sky and earth. The demonic swords were shattered. Lin Xian was also forced to take a step back. His arm was numb, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. It seemed that the sacred angel was the strongest among these people. But so what? Kill. He waved the great destruction spear and quickly killed his way out. At the same time, he also used the Hellfire Dragon sword. The Shura sword technique appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The ultimate sword technique caused the sacred angel to keep retreating, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! As a powerful sacred angel, when had he ever been threatened by others? But now, The other party gave him a fatal sense of danger. He didn't dare to be careless. Shura sword technique, fourth sword technique. At this time, Lin Xian finally used the fourth sword technique. Between heaven and earth, a stream of light streaked across, followed by the sacred angel's scream. Half of his body was split open, and saint blood dripped from the sky. No! The remaining hunters were stunned when they saw this scene. Even their leader was seriously injured. This was a huge blow to them. Behind them, Yunhua was also shocked when she saw this scene. It was so terrifying. Previously, she had experienced Lin Xian's strength after his breakthrough. But at that time, it was only one move. He suppressed her with one move. Now that Lin Xian had used this kind of strength consecutively, she was shocked. One had to know that Lin Xian hadn't used the power of an extreme weapon yet. He could already sweep through everything. Even if the entire Destiny Adjudicator joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. At this stage, the sacred angel wouldn't die so easily. But in the next moment, his face changed. His body that had just healed was split in half with a crack. The crack couldn't heal at all. What was going on? The sacred angel was really panicking this time. The other party's sword chi seemed to have an indestructible power. Damn it! How did he have so many super trump cards? Lin Xian sneered. Not only did he use the Shura sword technique, he also used the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was impossible for the sacred angel to completely heal his body. Damn it! Run! Every single one of them could escape. The holy angel knew that they were finished this time, but as long as one of them could escape, if one person could escape and send the news to the Patriarch, they would have completed some of their tasks. There were still over 20 hunters left. When they heard this, they fled frantically. The blood in their bodies burned. They wanted to escape at all costs. Stupid things. Do you think you can escape? Lin Xian snorted. He attacked the sacred angel. The hunters were overjoyed. No one cared about them. They increased their speed. The holy angel roared, and holy light began to burn on his body. He wanted to give the others more time. Boom! His wish was good, but he was beaten until he vomited blood. The demonic god seal descended from the sky like an ancient demon mountain, turning half of his body into a bloody mist. Then, the demonic god finger split his head open. He roared crazily. But at this time, a pair of godlike eyes appeared in the sky, causing his soul to suffer heavy damage. How could this be? Complete suppression. The other party was completely beating him. It was over. At this time, another angry roar came. The Hellfire Dragon sword carried an indestructible power. It turned into sword chi that filled the sky. There were tens of millions of sword chi, like a sea of swords, enveloping the sacred angel. The sacred angel was cut into a bloody mist, unable to revive. Was he dead? Yunhua looked at this scene in disbelief. That was the sacred angel, the leader of the Destiny Adjudication. Now, he was gone. Leader! The 20 hunters who escaped also felt this scene. They roared crazily, their eyes red. But no one dared to go back. They could only speed up and escape. Back to the Patriarch. They had to go back and send a peak great sage to destroy the other party's soul. Chapter 51-43. The rest of the hunters fled in different directions. Coupled with the burning of their bloodline, their speed was extremely fast. Even if the other party attacked together, they wouldn't be able to catch up to them. When Yunyu saw this scene, she exclaimed, "Not good, young master. It's over. Let's leave quickly. Otherwise, the family will send even more terrifying powerhouses. Maybe at that time, even a peak great sage would appear." She was really too worried. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up. Don't worry. None of them could escape. Forming a seal with his palms, the demon god wings appeared on his back. The black wings flapped and instantly disappeared. The demon god wings made the distance in a straight line extremely fast. Soon, he caught up to one of the hunters. That hunter felt the sound of air being torn apart behind him and turned his head in puzzlement. When he saw Lin Xian, he was scared out of his wits. "Impossible!" he roared crazily. "How could you catch up to me?" However, what answered him was only a palm. Demon God's seal. He was beaten to the point where his soul was completely destroyed. The first one. Lin Xian grabbed the other party's storage ring and turned around to chase after him again. The second one, the third one. Gradually, those hunters who escaped fell one after another. When the last hunter saw Lin Xian, he was really in despair. No. He was slapped into a bloody mist. Even until his death, he couldn't believe how the other party could catch up to all of them. This kind of speed was beyond their understanding. When Lin Xian returned with 20 storage rings, Yanyu was also stunned. 20 top powerhouses burned their bloodlines and fled in different directions. But no one was able to escape. This speed was shocking. He looked at Lin Xian. At this moment, he treated the other party as a god. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and led everyone away. In the Destiny Twins clan, the Destiny clan leader was waiting anxiously. This time, after bringing the other party back, the extreme weapon would be theirs. He even suspected that the other party had the great Emperor's ancient scripture on him. As long as they could learn it, their Destiny Twins clan would become even more terrifying. At that time, they could even compete with the Emperor race. At this moment, the news spread out. "Clan leader, this is bad." The elders all started crying. When they arrived, they knelt on the ground. "What's going on?" The Fate clan leader's heart skipped a beat. What was going on? "Stand up and speak." Those elders, however, knelt on the ground and roared crazily. Dead, they were all dead. Everyone from Fate Adjudication had died, and their soul jade tablets had all shattered. "What?" The Destiny clan leader went crazy upon hearing this. "What did you say? All dead? How was this possible?" he roared madly. He couldn't believe it. That was the judgment of fate. 80 top-tier experts and a holy angel had actually fallen. Damn it, who is it? Was it that kid who did it? Impossible? Could it be that the Phoenix clan had secretly helped him? Most likely, he was the only one capable of destroying Fate Adjudicator. However, when another group of people returned, they brought back news that made the Fate clan leader despair. Previously, they had sent people to keep an eye on the Phoenix clan to see if there were any experts. If they did, they would quickly pass on the message. They would also send experts to intercept them. However, these people said that the Phoenix clan didn't send any experts. This made the Fate clan leader dumbfounded. If it wasn't the old Phoenix who did it, then who was it? Damn it, could it be that there was an extremely terrifying existence behind Linwoody? He couldn't imagine. This time, the Fate clan leader sent out a supreme elder. This was a pinnacle great sage with terrifying strength. His appearance directly alarmed the entire Yuhan continent. Currently, there were no great emperors. A pinnacle great sage was the strongest existence. They could sweep through the 9 heavens. Now that such a person had appeared, countless people were terrified. What was the reason? Why did the Fate clan's pinnacle great sage appear? Oh heavens, were they going to kill Linwoody? Countless people were shocked. The Lei Dong clan and the Tianping clan also received the news. They frowned deeply. It shouldn't be. A pinnacle great sage was too terrifying and would definitely cause a commotion. Even if the Fate clan wanted to kill the other party, they should have sent Fate Adjudicator. Could it be that something happened to Fate Adjudicator? They began to investigate. When they learned that Fate Adjudicator and Fate Adjudicator had all fallen, everyone was stunned. They had seen that power before. It could sweep through everything. Even a great sage would die without a doubt. But now, they had all fallen. Who was it? Was it Linwoody? Coupled with the impulse of a pinnacle great sage, they guessed that it was very likely that Linwoody had destroyed Fate Adjudicator. No way, could it be that this Linwoody already had the strength of a great sage? I think he was even stronger. How was this possible? Even if he had the talent of a great emperor, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying. It seemed that there was an expert behind him who had made a move. Voices of discussion sounded one after another. When the Phoenix clan received the news, they were also shocked. The Phoenix clan leader, Fongio, and the others narrowed their eyes. It seemed that even if this Lin Wudi was abandoned by an immortal, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. However, they didn't pay too much attention to it. Phoenix Mountain. The old Phoenix stood there and looked into the distance, filled with emotions. He had indeed broken through. A young supreme being had broken through to become a great sage. Was his strength so terrifying? It seemed that there was going to be a storm in Saint Origin Ancient City. The pinnacle great sage of the Fate clan swept through all directions, but they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian at all. This made them so angry that they went crazy. This punch really hit the air and didn't cause any threat to the other party. And Saint Origin Ancient City still didn't know about this news. In their opinion, Lin Xian had already fallen in the heavenly punishment. At this moment, at the edge of the Yuhan continent, there was a huge ship flying quickly. Countless figures stood on the dragon ship, including Lin Xian and the others. When they came, Lin Xian and the others used the super teleportation array to leave. However, when they left, Lin Xian didn't use the Phoenix clan's teleportation array to deal with the fate judgment. So when they returned, they would leave by dragon ship. The sea between the Yuhan continent and the Yuguan continent was part of the Dragon Sea. It was very difficult to fly there. Only the Dragon Sea's ship could be fast. On the way, the Crimson Dragon and the Toad were also on tenterhooks. The Dragon Sea was the family of Long Ale, and they were on the side of the Thousand Dragons court. If they were discovered, the powerhouses of the Dragon Sea's dragon clan would probably rush over in an instant. Lin Xian was very calm. He wasn't afraid of anything. Moreover, the Dragon Sea Lord definitely wouldn't have thought that he would sit on the Dragon Sea's ship. The Dragon Sea's ship was very big, like a huge dragon soaring above the sea. Its speed was even faster than a sage. This was specially made by the Dragon Sea. Of course, the boarding fee was also very high, enough to make a sage's heart ache. Those who could board the Dragon Sea weren't ordinary people. Chapter 5144. On the dragon boat, Lin Xian and the others were very relaxed. They enjoyed the sea breeze and sun when they had nothing to do. Their days were very leisurely. Yunyu also felt as if a lifetime had passed. A few days ago, they were still being chased by fate. Now they were going to live such a godlike life. It was like a dream. Yunyu, it's you. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Yunyu turned her head and looked over. Then, she was stunned. A woman walked over from the front. She was extremely beautiful and had an elegant aura. There were many young warriors beside her with fawning looks on their faces. Yu Xianzi, it's you. Yunyu was also surprised. Why are you here? Both of them asked the same question, and then they both laughed. You know her? Toad jumped over, startling the beautiful woman in front of him. Yunyu said, let me introduce you. This is the princess of the Moon Shadow clan, Yu Xianzi. She's my good friend. These are all my friends too. Yunyu pointed at Toad, Lin Xian, and the others and explained. As for the details, she didn't dare to explain. After all, if these people found out about Lin Xian's identity, it would probably cause an earth-shattering storm. Yu Xianzi looked ahead. When she saw Lin Xian, she was also stunned. This was because she had rarely seen such a calm and composed young man. But soon, she shifted her gaze to Murong Qingqing, who was standing to the side. She was stunned. As the princess of the Moon Shadow clan, she thought that her appearance was unparalleled and her temperament was outstanding. However, compared to the purple-robed woman in front of her, she seemed to be a little dull. Who is this person? She was very confused. The young geniuses beside Yu Xianzi also stared at Murong Qingqing with shining eyes. She's so beautiful. Could she be a fairy? They were shocked. However, Yunyu said, "Why are you here?" Yu Xianzi said, "Don't mention it. Some things about the clan make me very upset. This time, I have to go to the Yaoguang continent to buy some resources for the clan." "Oh right, Yunyu, you're from the Yuheng continent, right? Do you know what happened before?" "What happened?" Yunyu was nervous. Naturally, it was about Lin Wudi. It was said that Lin Wudi was too powerful. He swept through the 8 wastelands and defeated countless experts. Even Bailey Wuck had been defeated by him. After Yunhua heard this, her expression was extremely strange. Logically speaking, Bailey Wuck shouldn't have mentioned this matter, because Bailey Wuck wasn't the only one who was defeated. Even the young lord of the Fate clan was slain. Could it be that the other party did not know? She asked tentatively. Yu Xianzi said, "What a pity, I've only heard about that battle. After that, I went to carry out my family's mission. I don't know what's going to happen next." Did Flawless 100 Miles retaliate? That's right, the Heavenly Ping race won't let this matter go, right? It turned out that the other party didn't know what was going to happen next. No wonder. Yunhua heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a group of people walked over from afar. One of them walked over and said, "Fairy Yu, our young master has feelings for you." The physiques of these people were very strong. Just by standing there, they seemed to be able to suppress everything. "It's you!" Yu Xianzi frowned. She said, "I don't have time. Go back and tell your young master to stop bothering me." The people in front didn't leave. Instead, their expressions darkened. "Our young master said that we must bring Fairy Yu over. Please don't make things difficult for us." "What if I don't?" Yu Xianzi snorted coldly. "Those experts are emitting terrifying auras. Don't blame us for making a move. Even if we have to suppress you today, we'll make sure you bring her over." "How dare you!" Yu Xianzi shouted angrily. The people of the Moon Shadow clan were also furious. In fact, the young geniuses in the surroundings even snorted coldly. "You want to take Yu Xianzi away? You'll have to ask for our permission first. You're courting death." One of the experts waved his hand. It was as if an ancient mountain had swept out in all directions. Several young geniuses were sent flying. Their bones were broken, and they were bleeding profusely. The others were also in an uproar. "Who dares to make a move on the Dragon Sea boat? Do you want to die? Damn it, how dare you make a move?" The injured young geniuses roared crazily. They originally wanted to show off their strength in front of Yu Xianzi. They didn't expect to be in such a sorry state. "So what if we make a move?" Another expert walked out and threw out a punch. Several young geniuses were sent flying while vomiting blood. A man from the Moon Shadow clan frowned. "You've already broken the rules of the boat. Let's see what you're going to do. Who dares to cause trouble here?" As expected, the guards on the boat walked over and shouted coldly. However, when they saw the tall men, they smiled. "So it's our friends from the tyrants," the tall man said. "These people don't know what's good for them. Teach them a lesson. We're here to let Fairy Yu know." "Understood." The guards nodded and smiled. Then, they looked at the young geniuses. "Behave, or we'll throw you into the Dragon Sea to feed the fish." "Why?" The young geniuses roared crazily. They were indignant. The other party was the one who broke the rules. "You're really stupid." A man walked over with his hands behind his back. His eyes were shining with a sharp light. He said loudly, "Because we're from the tyrants. Because our young master is good friends with the geniuses of the Dragon Sea. Do you understand now? Offending us is the same as offending the Dragon Sea clan." The young geniuses were so scared that they didn't dare to say anything. This boat belonged to the Dragon Sea clan. The others were also shocked. It seemed like they had kicked an iron plate. The tyrants snorted. "Since you know who we are, get lost!" With an angry shout, the group of young geniuses around Fairy Yu retreated. No one dared to offend them. "Fairy Yu, come with us!" The tall man snorted. The young geniuses from the tyrants who came from behind narrowed his eyes. These people should be Fairy Yu's friends. Why don't we go together? He stared at Yunwei and his eyes lit up. When he saw Murong Qingqing, he was so excited that he trembled. We're really lucky this time. There are so many beauties. Please! The tyrants came to Fairy Yu and Yin Yunue's side. Some of them even walked towards Murong Qingqing. Yunwei was also angry, but she didn't dare to cause trouble now. She could only look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face also darkened. To be honest, he didn't intend to care about the previous incident. However, these people actually had their eyes on Murong Qingqing. That made him unhappy. He swirled the spirit wine in his hand and said calmly, I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost. Disappear from my sight or bear the consequences. As soon as he said that, everyone on the deck was stunned. For a moment, the air became silent. No one dared to believe it. Who dares to challenge the tyrants? Chapter 51-45. The people from the tyrants also frowned. Who was so reckless? They snorted coldly, and the void around them kept shattering. In the next moment, they stared at a figure. It was a young figure. Kid, were you the one who said that just now? Everyone else turned to look at Lin Xian and started discussing among themselves. Who is this kid? He seems to have a powerful background. His aura doesn't seem like much. He's not even a great sage. How dare he challenge the tyrants? What a fool. He probably doesn't know how to spell the word death. Yu Xianzi's expression changed when she heard this. Although she was also very dissatisfied with the tyrants, she didn't dare to challenge them like this. Would this young man be able to withstand it? She asked softly. Yun Yu, who is he? Yun Yu smiled bitterly. She originally thought that she had to keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Who would have thought that Lin Xian didn't care about this at all? She looked at Yu Xianzi and said, he was a godlike figure. Yu Xianzi was stunned. Godlike figure? Was he that powerful? How did he compare to Flawless Bailey? Yun Yu wanted to say something, but Overlord Sky Wolf walked over. He said coldly, Kid, kneel down and accept your death. I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to be torn into pieces. He was really angry. Who was this kid? How dare he challenge their family? Who did he think he was? How dare he ask us to kneel down? Could he bear it? The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. The Toad also sneered. You're the ones who don't know what's good for you. If you obediently kneel down in front of me now, I can spare your dog life. Countless people were in an uproar. This group of people was too reckless. A snake and a toad dared to challenge the tyrants? You're courting death. A tall man from the tyrants slapped out his palm and grabbed at the toad. Countless people exclaimed. This toad would probably be turned into a bloody mist in an instant. The void shattered, and a terrifying aura pierced in all directions. The toad was also angry. Damn, you're underestimating me, aren't you? Go to hell! He shot out poison that filled the sky and quickly retreated at the same time. His attack missed and landed in the air. However, the poison was able to fly over. The tall man retracted his hand, his face cold. His hands had already turned black and were trembling non-stop. He had been poisoned. No way, he actually dodged it. He could even hurt the tyrants. This toad was not ordinary. Judging from its ugly appearance, could it be a strange beast of heaven and earth? Countless cries of surprise rang out. The toad turned its head and roared with its teeth clenched. Who dares to call me ugly? She had never seen such a handsome toad. Damn it, who was it that said that? Come out, I'll make that person's face bloom. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. They now knew that the toad's poison was very powerful. It could even hurt the tyrants. However, the tyrants were completely enraged. You actually dared to injure me? Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. The injured man punched again. This time, His other hand turned into a terrifying ray of light and shot towards the toad. The toad was furious and quickly dodged. The crimson dragon struck out with its claw and collided with the opponent's fist. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The crimson dragon retreated, its arm numb. Damn, he was so strong. The tyrants were not ordinary. The others were even more shocked. This snake was not ordinary either. It could actually compete with the tyrants in terms of physique. Who exactly are you? The tyrants gritted their teeth and asked. Two strange beasts of heaven and earth? The crimson dragon turned its head and said, Kid, these tyrants are quite strong. Do you want to compete with them in terms of physique? Lin Xian shook his head and said, I'm not interested. They are too weak. They can't even block my finger. The surrounding people were stunned. What did they just hear? Someone said that the tyrants were weak? Oh heavens, oh earth, are you joking? The tyrants were the legendary existence that possessed the tyrant body. They were famous for their physique in close combat and their immense strength. Now, someone actually dared to look down on the physique of the tyrants? He must be out of his mind. They looked carefully and were speechless when they realized that it was Lin Xian again. Why was it this kid again? The tyrants were also angry and stared at Lin Xian. How dare you say such arrogant words? I think you really want to die. At this moment, some of the geniuses at the side had already started to persuade her. Yu Xianzi, I think you should agree with the tyrants. That's right, Yu Xianzi. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Not to mention this kid. You will be implicated by him. Voices of discussion rang out one after another. Yu Xianzi also frowned. She really did not know where Lin Xian got the strength to say such words. She looked at Yun Yu. However, Yun Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head. To be honest, she was really not worried. She had already seen Lin Xian's strength. It would be difficult for these people to hurt Lin Xian. Yu Xianzi sighed and said, Yun Yu, why don't we go and take a look? The tyrants are sincerely inviting us. Also, tell your friends not to fight with the tyrants. Yu Xianzi was obviously afraid. However, Yun Yu shook her head. I know Sir's strength. This time, the tyrants must apologize. Otherwise, this matter will not end here. Yu Xianzi was stunned. What kind of joke was this? She said. This is not the territory of the Fate clan. This is the Dragon Sea. If you offend them, you will be buried in the sea. However, Yun Yu shook her head. I can't make the decision for Sir. Yu Xianzi was stunned. No matter how she looked at it, Yun Yu seemed to be the other party's follower. But how was this possible? She knew Yun Yu's strength. She was the pride of the Fate clan and had a terrifying status. However, she was so afraid of this young man. Could it be that this young man had a powerful background? Overlord Sky Wolf snorted coldly. No matter who you are, we have the final say here. Men, come and take them away. Someone walked towards Murong Qingqing. Lin Xian's face darkened. He threw out the wine cup in his hand. The wine turned into a murderous arrow and pierced through the sky. One of the tyrants screamed and flew back. His body had been pierced by the sword energy. He was injured. Countless people were shocked. They could not believe that the person who was injured was from the tyrants. Was this young man really so powerful? Could he be a top-notch swordsman? Countless exclamations were heard. The members of the tyrants were also enraged. This time, two experts walked over and reached out to grab Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. I've said it before. You can't even withstand one finger of mine. He flicked his finger and pointed in front of him. Devil's finger. With this point, heaven and earth shattered. The bodies of the two tyrants were torn apart. Then, they turned into a bloody mist and drifted in the air. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. Chapter 5146. It was a one-hit kill. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Dead. Two of the tyrants had actually fallen. and they were killed with a single finger. They felt like they were dreaming. Oh God, who was this young man? He actually did it. Previously, Lin Xian said that the tyrants were no match for his finger. Everyone thought that Lin Xian was bragging. But now, it really happened. They knew that the other party really had such strength. Who are you? Overlord Sky Wolf roared. The tyrants were also shocked. Lin Xian stood up. He took a step forward and stood in front of one of the tyrants. Then he slapped him. You're courting death. The tyrants roared. Sky Tyrant Divine Fist. His fist danced and could shatter the galaxy. However, he couldn't defeat Lin Xian's palm. Under this palm, his body shattered and turned into a bloody mist. He no longer existed. Another one died. Countless people were horrified. This guy could kill a tyrant in a second with a single move. It was too unbelievable. Yu Xianzi was also stunned. How was this possible? Previously, she even persuaded the other party to lower his head and admit his mistake. But now, she realized that it was her. She was so wrong. Now, she finally understood why Yunhua was so respectful. The young man in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was a young powerhouse. Kid, tell me where you're from. Otherwise, if you dare to kill me, tyrants, you're dead meat. Overlord Sky Wolf roared crazily. He really wanted to know who the other party was. How dare you scold me? Slap him. After speaking, Lin Xian slapped him. With a smack, Overlord Sky Wolf was sent flying. Half of his face was smashed. He spun in the air, and then fell on the deck. Countless arrays flashed. If this dragon boat wasn't carefully built, it would have sunk long ago. But even so, it shocked countless people. The other party dared to hit Overlord Sky Wolf? Overlord Sky Wolf was also stunned. In the next moment, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Damn it, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. I'll make you wish you were dead. He was different from the ordinary warriors of the tyrants. He was a genius of a large clan, and his status was extraordinary. He had always been the one hitting others. No one had dared to lay a finger on her. But now, the other party had actually slapped him in the face, his handsome face. Furthermore, it was done in public. How was he supposed to conduct himself in the future? He wanted to grab the other party and break the bones in his body one by one. Then, he would cut him up piece by piece to relieve the hatred in his heart. Charge! Overlord Sky Wolf covered his face and roared. There were 4 other tyrants around him. Hearing these words, they also rushed over. The 4 of them attacked together, and their powerful strength was enough to shatter everything. On the dragon boat, formations flickered, defending against everything. However, the surrounding dragon sea was swept up by a monstrous storm, as if it was going to engulf everything. Lin Xian did not dodge the attacks of these 4 people. Instead, he waved his hand. Like an iron chain crossing the river, a crescent moon was drawn, and the 4 palms were all smashed into pieces. He screamed as he was sent flying. Then, Lin Xian waved his sleeves and threw the 4 of them into the dragon sea. F***ck, this guy is too crazy. He had completely offended the tyrants. Seeing that another 4 warriors had disappeared, countless people exclaimed. Overlord Sky Wolf was also scared out of his wits. He wanted to escape, but in the next moment, he was slapped to the ground. The other half of his face was also smashed. The Crimson Dragon jumped up and stepped on the other party. He sneered. Why, weren't you very arrogant before? You're arrogant now. Damn it, see if I don't trample you to death. The 2 of them stepped on the other party's face crazily while cursing. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Was this really Overlord Sky Wolf? The young master of the tyrants, the incomparably powerful genius. Why did he feel so miserable? Damn it, save me. They looked at the guards of the Dragon Clan. The guards of the Dragon Clan snorted. Enough, stop. With a roar, heaven and earth shook. A terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons appeared, and even the surrounding formations flickered non-stop. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon stopped, looked ahead, and sneered. Who do you think you are? You think I'll stop just because you say so? I won't stop. What can you do about it? The two of them continued to slap faces crazily. The guards of the Dragon Palace were dumbfounded. The other party didn't even dare to listen to their orders? How preposterous. After all, this was their territory. They were courting death. Someone, suppress them! They shouted angrily. The two guards of the Dragon Palace next to them formed a seal with their palms. Immediately, the surrounding formations formed a chain. It shrouded the Toad and the Crimson Dragon. Damn it, they still dare to attack? The two of them retreated. Lin Xian grabbed the chain and tore it apart. Then, he slapped the two guards of the Dragon Palace. Before the two guards of the Dragon Palace could react, they were slapped to the ground and screamed in pain. Half of their bodies were also smashed. The surrounding people were stunned. Where did this ruthless person come from? He even dared to hit the people of the Dragon Palace? Yu Xianzi's mind was blank. She was as stunned as a statue. The leader of the guard shouted angrily. You're courting death. Do you believe that I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish? As he spoke, he took out a small flag and kept waving it. The 6 formations around him flickered as if they were going to swallow Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flickered. He used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the leader of the guards. He grabbed at the leader of the guards with one hand. How dare you! The leader of the guards frantically tried to resist. However, in an instant, his neck was gripped and he was nailed in midair. He felt that he couldn't use the strength in his body. The other party's strength was too terrifying. Why couldn't he resist at all? Try touching me if you dare. He gritted his teeth with difficulty. He still didn't believe that the other party would dare to attack him in his territory. Lin Xian sneered. I'll grant you your wish. He waved his hand and broke one of the guard's arms. The guard screamed in pain, and the arm was completely deformed. The leader of the guards let out a miserable cry. He gritted his teeth and was about to shout angrily. However, his other arm was also broken. He broke out in cold sweat. This was a misunderstanding. Let me go, and I won't pursue the matter. How about that? Faced with this situation, she had no choice but to beg for mercy. The surrounding people were also shocked. Heavens, is the people of the Dragon Palace also begging for mercy? She's the master of the dragon boat. Is someone trying to turn the tables? The other guards of the Dragon Palace also rushed over, gritting their teeth and roaring. Damned kid, let go of our leader. Otherwise you're dead meat. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was a golden light flickering in his eyes. You're pretending to beg for mercy so that I'll let you go. Then, you'll mobilize more formations and powerhouses to suppress me, right? No, how could that be? The leader of the guard's face turned pale. Have I been discovered? However, he wouldn't admit it even if he died. The golden light in Lin Xian's eyes blossomed again. I'll ask you one last time, right? A powerful force of reincarnation surged into the guard's mind. Chapter 51-47. Yes. This time, Long Hai's guard nodded and admitted it. His eyes were shining with golden light. In the next moment, he half knelt in the void. I was blind. I shouldn't have offended you. Please punish me. The surrounding people were stunned. Even the guard leader had knelt down? Didn't this mean that the Dragon Palace had bowed down? Damn it, what's going on? Hurry up and report this to young master. The surrounding guards went crazy when they saw this scene and hurriedly reported it. At this moment, in the main hall of the dragon boat, it was very lively. All kinds of palace maids were dancing, and there was good wine and food around. There were a few figures sitting on top. They were all young men with extraordinary auras. Some of them had powerful strength, as if they were peerless gods of war. Some of them had the aura of the path of dragons. At this moment, they were drinking and chatting. However, at this moment, the door of the palace was opened. A few figures hurried in and knelt on the ground. Young master, bad news. Something big has happened. The surrounding palace maids stopped what they were doing. There were two men sitting in front of them. One of them frowned. I told you not to disturb me no matter what. Don't you understand? A terrifying dragon shadow appeared around them as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The guard was trembling in fear. Something has happened. Someone has attacked us on the dragon boat and injured our guards. They even suppressed the guard leader. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar in the main hall. The man from the dragon palace frowned. Who was it? Who was so reckless? Brother Tianxue, please wait for a moment. I'll deal with it. Long Qianshan stood up with an extremely cold expression. Who dared to behave atrociously in the Dragon Sea clan? He would never let that person off. However, at this moment, the guard said again. He asked young Master Tianxue to go as well because that person had killed many tyrants. What? This time, the other man was also angry. He stood up with a bang. The surrounding void kept shattering and turning into many black holes. Did he hear wrongly? Someone from the tyrants had died. And there were a few of them. Let's go. He took a step forward and tore the void apart. On the other side, Long Qianshan also followed. They all wanted to see who was so audacious. On the deck outside, countless people were watching. Suddenly, the void split open and a few figures descended from it. They suppressed all directions. Someone cried out in alarm. Oh heavens, it's actually Ba Tianxue and Long Qianshan. These two were top-notch geniuses. This kid was dead meat. They all looked at Lin Xian. Young master, save me. The guard leader of Dragon Palace exclaimed when he saw Long Qianshan. He wanted to ask for help. However, the toad slapped him and shut him up, causing his teeth to fly all over the place. Long Qianshan's face turned cold when he saw this. A damn toad dared to be arrogant in front of the dragon clan? Men, take him down! Long Qianshan waved his hand, and a middle-aged dragon walked out from behind him. His strength was extremely terrifying. He suddenly attacked. Like lightning, he punched towards the toad's head. The toad retreated in fright, while Lin Xian made his move. He struck out with his palm and collided with his opponent's fist. A sky-shaking sound rang out as the man was sent flying, one of his arms broken. He was stunned. Who are you? He stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Are you the one who took the lead? Long Qianshan's eyes flickered. On the other side, Ba Tianxue's expression was also cold. Who are you? Tell me where you came from. Lin Xian looked at the two of them and sneered. You two don't have the right to know. You're courting death. Long Qianshan was completely enraged. He snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. His dragon claw was filled with terrifying lightning, bursting out with dazzling light. It formed a lightning field that enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood in the lightning field without fear. The lightning that struck his body could not break through his defense. How is this possible? Long Qianshan could not believe that his full-powered attack could not break through Lin Xian's defense. Who is this person? The others were also shocked. Ba Tianxue's expression was solemn. At this moment, he cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Young master, may I know who you are? We want to know who you are before we die. My name is Lin Xian. A faint voice rang out. The surrounding people were puzzled. They had never heard of this name. However, Ba Tianxue's pupils shrank. What? It's you! You are! He did not dare to say anything else. His eyes were wide open. He finally knew that he had kicked an iron plate. Others might not know who Lin Xian was, but he did. There was someone from the tyrants who was cultivating in the Saint Source ancient city. Moreover, he was a genius from the Earth sect. He had heard of Lin Xian's legend. However, he did not expect that Lin Xian would appear here. Moreover, he appeared above Long Hai. He had heard that Lin Xian and Long Hai were rivals. So it's young master. We were blind to have offended young master. Those who died deserved it. The tyrants will not seek revenge from young master. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, who is this young man? How could he make Ba Tianxue so fearful? Long Qianshan was also stunned. Who is brother Tianxue? He knew that Ba Tianxue's strength was on par with his. Now that Ba Tianxue was so fearful, could he be an emperor? Ba Tianxue shook his head. What could he say? If he revealed Lin Xian's identity, Lin Xian would probably kill him on the spot. Therefore, he could only say, "I'll leave now." As he spoke, he soared into the sky, wanting to leave the dragon boat. However, Lin Xian said indifferently, "Stop. Just stay at the side." Ba Tianxue's body had already reached the 9 heavens. When he heard this, he immediately descended. He stood on the other side of the deck, not daring to move. The surrounding spectators were also shocked. Which one of them who could board the dragon boat was weak? However, when they saw Ba Tianxue's actions, they felt their scalps go numb. Just what kind of person could make Ba Tianxue so willingly submit to him? The young geniuses were even more shocked. Ba Tianxue's strength was far above theirs. They had to be respectful when they saw him. The only people who could make Ba Tianxue fearful were those emperor's sons. However, was the person in front of them an emperor's son? Why had they not heard of him? The people from Longhai were also stunned. Their expressions became extremely ugly. This was their territory. Ba Tianxue could be fearful, but they couldn't. If word got out that they were afraid of others in their own territory, they would never be able to raise their heads again. Long Qianshan snorted coldly. "Whoever dares to make a move on the dragon boat, you're dead meat. Kneel down and accept your death, or I'll destroy your soul." "You!" Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He stretched out a finger and pointed forward. "Damn it, how dare you look down on me? Do you think you can kill me with a single finger?" Long Qianshan roared, erupting with a terrifying light. He punched out with his dragon fist, suppressing heaven and earth. The two collided, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. "How is this possible?" Long Qianshan retreated, vomiting blood. He was injured in the collision. The other party's finger was even more terrifying than his unique skill. He couldn't accept it. Chapter 51-48. What's wrong? Are you surprised and unable to accept it? Lin Xian sneered and stepped forward. He arrived in front of Long Qianshan and pointed his finger at him again. His black finger carried a terrifying demonic aura that could pierce through the heavens and earth. Long Qianshan tried his best to block it, but he was still sent flying. Another bloody hole appeared on his body. Lin Xian sneered. "Who do you think you are? A high and mighty genius? A peerless expert that can sweep through everything? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You don't even know who I am. Do you have the right to be arrogant?" Lin Xian kicked Long Qianshan like a coiling dragon and sent him flying again. More than half of Long Qianshan's bones were broken. He fell in the distance and vomited blood. "He's too strong." The surrounding people were stunned. That was Long Qianshan, the owner of this ship. But now, he was being beaten up. Who is this young man? He defeated Ba Tianxue with just one sentence. He injured Long Qianshan with just one finger. Perhaps even a young great emperor was no match for him. "Damn brat, I want you dead!" Long Qianshan roared. The dragon blood in his body surged and endless laws surrounded him. His broken body reformed. Then, a pagoda flew out from his forehead. It was a dragon pagoda. There were dragon patterns engraved on it. It was abnormally terrifying. The moment it appeared, it let out a series of dragon roars. The dragon shadows circled around it, and exploded with unparalleled power. The dragon pagoda suppressed Lin Xian. It was a super terrifying sacred artifact. The moment it appeared, countless people exclaimed in surprise. The people of Longhai sneered again. This time, they could definitely suppress Long Qianshan. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He circulated his strength, and his powerful physique shook the world. Then, he struck out with his palm. A huge seal was drawn on his palm. It was the demon god's seal. With a clang, the attack landed on the dragon pagoda, causing it to shake violently. A part of it caved in. The surrounding people's eyes almost popped out. Especially the people of Longhai, they could not believe it. How powerful was this saint tool? How could it have been broken by someone? How terrifying is this guy's physique? Long Qianshan vomited blood as if he was struck by lightning. Lin Xian's figure swayed again. He appeared in front of Long Qianshan. His fingers were like swords. Long Qianshan's body was torn to pieces. Can't even withstand a single blow? Is there no one in Longhai who can fight? Lin Xian's voice sounded. The other guards were stunned. Uncle, save me! Long Qianshan's soul roared. In the depths of the dragon boat, an angry roar sounded. Immediately after, the phantom of a black dragon appeared and enveloped the world. The 9 Qianshans. In the next moment, to the sky, to the sky, to Long Qianshan, to the sky, to the sky, to the sky. Qianshan s Qianshan. Long Qis to S to Lin to the to Qianshan to the people. A saint was a true, unrivaled expert. Black to Qianshan to the long dragon long to the dragon. His appearance. To Qianshan Long Qianshan was seriously injured. To be honest, he did not dare to believe it. He stared at Lin Xian and shouted coldly. Who are you? In his opinion, Lin Xian was definitely not a nobody. Given how powerful the other party was, he probably had a powerful background. A sage? Interesting. Let's see if you are qualified to know my identity, Lin Xian said indifferently. He was not afraid of a sage. And the black dragon lord extended his palm and slashed down like a barbaric dragon. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The surrounding people quickly retreated. They had already reached the edge of the deck. No one dared to take the attack head-on. Murong Qingqing and the others also retreated. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Good. The people before were too useless. They could not make me use my full strength. I hope you don't disappoint me. Lin Xian punched in all directions. Now that he had broken through to the great sage realm, he wanted to use a sage to test his combat strength. The 6 pads fist pressed forward and collided with the barbaric dragon palm. With a cracking sound, the two of them retreated. Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. In the next moment, strength surged through his body and his arm returned to normal. Good. The power of a saint was not bad. He laughed loudly as he charged out. The Black Dragon Lord was completely stunned. Who was this person? Was this a young man? To be honest, he couldn't believe it because he had never seen such a terrifying young man. Judging from the other party's aura, he should be a saint king. Even if he was an imperial prince, his physique alone wouldn't be so terrifying. After all, there was a difference of several realms between saint kings and saints. The sage was a late-stage great god. Could the other party surpass so many levels? He couldn't believe it. Damn it, this was definitely an old monster pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The black dragon sage gritted his teeth. He felt that the other party only looked young. Humph, no matter which old monster you are, I'll make you reveal your true form today. Black Dragon Storm. Thinking of this, he roared angrily, and the black dragon's law burst out from his body, turning into a black fog that shrouded the entire dragon boat. The phantom of a black dragon appeared between heaven and earth and charged out. There were a total of 81 of them, and each of them was like an ancient divine beast that could sweep through the 9 heavens. It was too terrifying. Countless people were terrified. This was the power of a saint. They had supreme power. No matter how strong the other young geniuses were, they couldn't do it. Long Qianshan and the others gritted their teeth. This kid definitely couldn't withstand it. He would definitely die. They wanted to see him die with their own eyes. Murong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. Although Lin Xian had broken through, this was still the first time he was facing a saint. Looking at the phantom of the black dragons rushing down, Long Qianshan sneered. Lin Xian scoffed coldly and waved his hand, causing a sharp sword aura to appear. The moment the sword chi appeared, it released an incomparably sharp aura. At this moment, sword light surrounded Lin Xian's body as if he had turned into a peerless sword god. With a slash of his sword, the void shattered. It carried a vast divine might. With a boom, the sword light slashed on a black dragon and split it in half. It let out an unwilling roar. Then it disappeared. Immediately after, Lin Xian unleashed a second slash. With another slash, heaven and earth were split apart. The second black dragon was split apart again, and its entire huge body collapsed like a mountain. The third slash. It was even more terrifying. It was like a peerless divine sword that swept through the 9 heavens. This time, 3 dragon phantoms were shattered. The more Lin Xian fought, the braver he became. The long sword in his hand was wide open and brought with it supreme power. He killed all 81 black dragons. Between heaven and earth, dragon blood dripped down, and the dragons roared as if they were about to destroy the world. The people on the dragon boat looked up at the sky and were shocked when they saw this scene. Was he going to slay the dragons? Impossible. Long Qianshan and the others from Lahai were scared silly. This was not an ordinary divine ability. This was a super divine ability that a saint had unleashed. The other party was actually able to deal with it so calmly, like cutting vegetables. How powerful was the other party? Could it be that he was also a saint? Chapter 51-49. The Black Dragon Sage was stunned. Although it wasn't his strongest ability, it shouldn't have been destroyed so easily. Even if it was an expert of the same level as him, it shouldn't have been like this. Lin Fan's sword chi was too sharp. It was something he had never seen before. He even thought that Lin Fan had taken out a legendary saint weapon. However, he realized that it was just sword light. Lin Fan had used his arm to attack. Damn it! Could it be? Lin Fan's arm had fused with a super saint weapon. Lin Xian pointed his sword at the clouds and said coldly, "As a saint, is this all you can do? What a disappointment. Kid, don't be so arrogant." The Black Dragon Sage was enraged. He shouted as a terrifying vessel exploded from his body. Then, he spread his wings. The black dragon wings covered the sky. There were terrifying dragon scales on them. Each of them was like a black divine sword. There were tens of millions of them. As the wings flapped, the dragon scales fell. They pierced through the clouds and formed a sword array. They fell crazily. No matter how strong your sword chi is, can it be compared to my dragon scales? He sneered coldly. So many! Seeing this scene, countless people were shocked. They realized that they couldn't even block a single dragon scale, let alone tens of millions of them. No one could block it unless Lin Fan could dodge it completely. Or he had a super powerful defensive weapon. Otherwise, he would definitely die. No one doubted the power of a saint. Murong Qingqing and the others' eyes flickered. They were nervous. Yu Xianzi's scalp went numb. She looked at Yunhua and the others and said, "Can he block it? If he dies, all of us will die." Yunhua looked up at the sky with admiration. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. Young Master is not afraid of anything." On the other side, Ba Tianxue's expression was grave. The previous battle had shocked him. Fortunately, he didn't provoke Lin Fan. Otherwise, he would probably end up as miserable as Long Qianshan. Lin Fan was indeed Lin Wudi. At the same time, he was shocked. Lin Wudi was so terrifying that he could fight against a saint. Could it be that Lin Fan had broken through? Thinking of this possibility, he sucked in a cold breath. Long Qianshan and the others gritted their teeth. This time, the other party should be dead. Lin Xian had no intention of dodging as he looked at the countless black swords descending from the sky. Competing with sword chi? He formed a seal with his palms, and black and white auras appeared in his palms. Then, it turned into a Taiji diagram. The Tai Chi diagram spun continuously, releasing a terrifying yin and yang aura. Then, countless yin and yang sword chi flew out from it and soared into the sky. These yin and yang sword chis carried the power of yin and yang and an indestructible aura. Similarly, there were tens of millions of them. The sword chi from the two sides collided with each other, creating a deafening sound. It was as if 10,000 bolts of lightning had struck, shattering everything between heaven and earth. Countless large cracks appeared on the dragon boat, turning into black holes one after another, bobbing up and down. Heavens, he actually blocked it! Countless people were shocked. Long Qianshan was dumbfounded. How could this be? This was yin and yang qi. Could it be that he was from the Kunping race? Ba Tianxue was also shocked. This was different from the Lin Wudi he knew. Legend had it that Lin Wudi had the 9-yang divine body, and his fists could sweep through everything. At the same time, he was also a peerless swordsman. However, he had never heard that Lin Wudi knew the laws of yin and yang. Moreover, it seemed that the laws of yin and yang were not something that he had just cultivated. It was too terrifying. It was enough to block the peerless divine ability of a great sage. Could it be that Lin Wudi had not used his full strength before? Thinking of this possibility, Ba Tianxue almost fainted. At this moment, the experts of the dragon race on the dragon boat all moved out. They looked ahead with shock on their faces. Someone was fighting here, and it was with the Black Dragon Lord. Damn it, who was that kid? They could not see clearly. The sword light that filled the sky seemed to be able to destroy everything. Even the soul could not be seen. Everyone could only wait for the Black Dragon Lord to win to know the situation. The yin and yang sword chi collided with the black swords, blocking the divine ability of the great sage. This time, the Black Dragon Lord was completely stunned. There was yin and yang chi? Damn it! He roared angrily, and the black wings on his back slashed down. This was the physique of his main body. He wanted to use this pair of dragon wings to split his opponent in half. The two dragon wings were extremely sharp and emitted a cold light. They were like two peerless heavenly swords that descended from the sky. This time, the yin and yang sword chi were split apart. Many of them turned into fragments of laws that danced in the air. He was angry. Everyone exclaimed. Long Qianshan was also happy. Haha, this was great. The physique of a great sage was extremely strong. The black dragon wings were the hardest part of the black dragon's body. They were enough to break through everything. As expected, the yin and yang sword chi could not block it. Was the victor going to be decided this time? Countless people were looking forward to it. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. Humph. He sneered and formed a seal with his palms again. The Tai Chi diagram separated. On one side, it turned into a yang god. On the other side, it turned into a yin god. It had an extremely terrifying aura of death. The yin and yang gods exploded together, as if two gods had been resurrected. They were as tall as the 9 heavens. They roared angrily and reached out with their flame-like hands to grab one of the black dragon wings. The yin god grabbed the other one. In the next instant, a heaven-shaking sound could be heard. The yin and yang gods grabbed the 2 black dragon wings. Roar! The Black Dragon Lord was stunned. He did not expect the other party's Tai Chi diagram to have such a shocking transformation. Fool, you want to compete with me in terms of physique? He activated his power, and endless great Tao appeared on his body. The black dragon wings exploded and danced continuously. However, he had underestimated the yin and yang gods. The laws of yin and yang were already so terrifying. As for the yin and yang gods, Lin Xian had comprehended the good and evil spirits. Therefore, they formed a super powerful divine ability. That was why their power was so terrifying. In addition, they had the power of the great dragon sword soul. They were invincible. Make your move. Lin Xian also stepped forward. Endless light bloomed from his body. The yin and yang gods were supported by a powerful force. They roared at the sky. Both of them exerted their strength and waved their arms. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The two black dragon wings were broken. Ah! The black dragon lord let out a crazy roar. He was injured. The toughest part of his physique had been broken by the other party? This was impossible. Long Qianshan and the others were terrified. Many dragon race martial artists were already kneeling on the ground in fear. The other dragon race martial artists were even more shocked. Which old monster had come? Ba Tianxue and the others were completely stunned. Lin Xian's battle prowess had exceeded their expectations. He was like a completely different person compared to when he was crowned. Despicable ant, you dare to hurt me? I won't let you go. I will make you fall into hell forever. The Black Dragon Lord's cold voice could be heard. He was really angry. Just you? Lin Xian sneered. Do you have the right to say that? He waved his arm and merged his power into the yin and yang gods. The yin and yang gods used their divine power and waved their arms again. At this moment, heaven and earth were torn into two. The two black dragon wings were also torn off. Chapter 5150. Blood stained the sky. The huge black dragon wings were shattered. There were white bones on them, which made one's scalp tingle. Everyone on the dragon boat was stunned. This scene was like a myth. This was the power of a god. No, I don't believe it. Long Qianshan's body had recovered. But at this moment, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Did he challenge the other party just now? This was an existence that could injure a great sage. This was great. The Crimson Dragon and the others were delighted. As expected of the power after the breakthrough, it was much stronger than before. Lin Xian did not use his legendary sacred weapon, nor did he use any extreme weapons. But even so, he still seriously injured a great sage. This was enough to show how powerful he was. More importantly, Lin Xian had just become a great sage. And the great sage was in the late stage of the great sage realm. If Lin Xian reached the late stage of the great sage realm, his strength would be unimaginable. It would probably be enough to wipe out everything. The black dragon wings were not bad. He would roast them later. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the two broken black dragon wings. The black dragon lord on the other side spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into pieces. He was really crazy. He did not expect to be at a disadvantage in the hands of the other party. And it was a serious injury. Although he could recover, the black dragon wings were his most powerful weapon. However, there were two bloody holes on his back that kept splitting open. The pain drove him crazy. The laws on his body condensed and repaired the wounds. His face was extremely cold. No matter who you are, you have angered me. Now, accept my punishment. He took out a black sledgehammer from his storage ring. There was lightning on it. The black dragon hammer was a terrifying sacred weapon. It could shatter the sky with a light swing. Are you sure you want to compare weapons? Lin Xian took out the Hellfire Dragon sword. Terrifying black flames bloomed on it and swept through the 9 heavens. Then, he charged forward. In the next moment, the two fought again. They were like two gods fighting. Every time the weapons clashed, a godlike radiance would erupt. After over 100 moves, the black dragon sage let out a miserable cry as one of his arms was chopped off. It's useless. You're no match for me. Lin Xian shook his head. You're too weak. Is there anyone else who can fight? He looked around. Damn it, you dare to look down on me? The black dragon sage was mad with anger. He was a dignified saint, an overlord of a region. Who would dare to underestimate him? But now, the other party was actually so arrogant. The other members of the dragon tribe were also shocked. At this moment, a lady flew over. Sage, something's not right. There's something wrong with this brat. Of course I knew there was something wrong with him. The Black Dragon Sage roared in anger. How could an ordinary person injure him so severely? However, the woman shook her head. Look at the sword he used. Doesn't it look like Linwoody's sword? Hearing this, the Black Dragon Saint was stunned. The others were also stunned and looked up at the sky. Linwoody? What a familiar name. Someone cried out in alarm. Wasn't that the exceptional genius who was crowned a king? Yes, that's right, it was him. Could it be that he had come here? He was Linwoody? Countless exclamations sounded as they all looked at Lin Xian. But soon, someone shook his head. Impossible. No matter how strong Linwoody was, he was just a saint. Could he fight against a sage? Even if he could, he would have to use his trump card. He couldn't do it with his own strength. The others were confused. However, the Black Dragon Sage's pupils constricted. You're Linwoody? He didn't dare to believe it. He dared to appear here? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He smiled. Only now did you realize my identity. You guys are really stupid. That's right, I'm Linwoody. As soon as these words came out, everyone went crazy. He really was Linwoody. They were still guessing, but now he actually admitted it. Didn't Linwoody kill the young master of Dragon Sea, Long Ao? Why did he still dare to appear in Dragon Sea? Could it be that he wanted to challenge Dragon Sea? Impossible. He would be suppressed by the countless experts of Dragon Sea. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't fight against the clan of the ancients, especially a top one. Countless exclamations were heard. The Black Dragon Sage also laughed. Stupid thing, we've been looking for you for a long time, but we haven't found any clues. We didn't expect you to come here yourself. Since you want to die, we'll fulfill your wish. Men! With a wave of his hand, the surrounding experts of the Dragon Clan swarmed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His palms formed a seal, and an endless black vortex appeared around him. It swallowed the sky and the earth, and the entire dragon boat was enveloped. Seeing this scene, countless people were terrified. Their scalps went numb. They knew that there would be an earth-shattering battle. So many people wanted to escape from the dragon boat. But now, they didn't dare to. That black vortex cut off everyone's path. Some people went crazy and wanted to try, but they were swallowed. They never appeared again. The other scalps went numb. The Black Dragon Sage sneered. Why? Did you think we would escape? What a joke. This time, we will use all our strength to kill you. You can't escape at all. Is that so? Who was the stupid one? They would soon know. Lin Xian was unmoved. He was naturally afraid that these people would escape. He wasn't afraid of the people on the dragon boat, but if the Dragon Sea Lord came with supreme experts, then it would be dangerous. So, he first used the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow and isolate everything. Next was the battle. He wouldn't let any of these people from the Dragon Sea clan go. Attack together, activate the array, and kill this kid. The Black Dragon Sage gave the order. The others all fled. They hid as far away as possible to watch the battle. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since the Black Dragon Sage recognized him, he didn't plan to hold back. His figure flashed, and he took the lead to attack the Black Dragon Sage. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Black Dragon Sage. With a slash of his sword, he transformed into a hell dragon that roared crazily. The despicable Black Dragon Sage waved his black dragon hammer to resist. With a clang, the void shattered. The Black Dragon Sage flew backward and vomited blood. Damn it! Charge! The surrounding experts charged over. Among them, there were 4 mid-stage Great Sage. They were very strong and were very close to the late-stage Great Sage. They were equivalent to Yun Hai's strength. These were 4 experts of the older generation. When they attacked together, they could destroy heaven and earth. If it was before, Lin Xian really wouldn't be able to resist. After all, he had used all his strength to kill Yun Hai. But it was different now. Lin Xian had broken through. His strength had undergone an earth-shaking change. So, even if the four Yunhai attacked together, he could still deal with them calmly. His figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. Then, he appeared behind an elder and punched out. Boom! The punch, which carried the illusion of 6 worlds, directly smashed the Dragon Clan elder into pieces. The phantoms of the 6 worlds kept spinning and swallowing the broken body. Chapter 51-51. The 6 Paths Fist was extremely terrifying. Not only did it possess an indomitable force, but it also possessed an indomitable force. Not only was it powerful, but it could also form the 6th Dao world to suppress the enemy. At this moment, Lin Xian had suppressed the Dragon Race Elder into the 6th Dao world. The Elder screamed crazily. Although he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to attack again in a short period of time. He wouldn't be able to threaten Lin Xian any longer. Seeing that a single punch had heavily injured a Dragon Race expert, the surrounding people were shocked. The Black Dragon Lord roared in anger. Damn it! Killing intent appeared on his body as he attacked again. Lin Xian used the Hellfire Dragon Sword to fight. At the same time, he summoned the Yin-Yang God to kill. The ones fighting Lin Xian were 5 of the Dragon Clan's experts, while the others had activated the formation to attack. Some even wanted to attack. The Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others made Lin Xian hesitate. However, the Crimson Dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others were also top experts. They weren't afraid of these attacks at all. In addition to the Yin-Yang God that Lin Xian had formed, the 2 godlike figures started attacking the array. The battle had completely erupted. Seeing that Lin Xian was restrained by the Black Dragon Lord, another person attacked. It was the lady from before. She transformed into a terrifying dragon shadow and covered the sky. Then she opened her dragon head and bit at Lin Xian, wanting to swallow him. On the other side, it was a bald man. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. Eyes of the green dragon. The green light flashed and pierced through everything as it charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian forced the Black Dragon Lord back with a sword. Then, he slapped the head of the Dragon Race lady. He sent her flying. The lady's pretty face was instantly smashed as she screamed and flew back. Facing the eyes of the green dragon, Lin Xian's face was cold. His figure flashed, and he instantly dodged. He could feel that those eyes contained an extremely powerful force. Seeing this, the Dragon Race bald man laughed coldly and attacked quickly. Lin Xian was furious. Stupid thing. There was also a golden light flickering in his eyes. Reincarnation Mountain. Boundless reincarnation energy transformed into a mountain peak that pressed down. Boom! Their gazes collided. A sonorous sound was heard. Following that, screams could be heard. The bald dragon's eyes bled as he was sent flying. His eye technique had been severely damaged. He was too powerful. Those people in the distance were incomparably terrified. With so many Dragon Clan experts besieging Lin Xian alone, they were still unable to do anything to him. Instead, they were beaten up miserably by Lin Xian. Was this guy trying to defy the heavens? Lin Xian's attack succeeded, and he attacked again. The reincarnation mountain pressed down. The bald dragon screamed. His injuries had worsened. Hurry up and save me! The black dragon sage roared and charged over with the black dragon hammer. Endless lightning blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian didn't attack the bald dragon. Instead, he turned around and attacked the female dragon. The female's face had just recovered when she was sent flying by the sword. In the next moment, she saw Lin Xian reach out with his palm. The power of yin and yang enveloped her. The power of death exploded, and her life force quickly disappeared. No. With a wail, she turned into white bones. Dead. A top figure had fallen, and it made the Dragon Clan members go crazy. It was only a matter of time before these people became sages in the future. But now, one of them had fallen, and it made their hearts bleed. However, they realized that this was just the beginning. Next, Lin Xian took out the Great Destruction Spear. He killed the bald dragon in 3 moves. Another top figure had fallen. The Black Dragon Sage was furious. He chased after Lin Xian relentlessly, but Lin Xian used Shadowless, and Heavenly Net appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The Black Dragon Sage was helpless. At this moment, the old man that was suppressed by the 6 paths of reincarnation flew out. His face was pale. After he came out, he gritted his teeth. Despicable brat, I will gather all my strength and kill you. However, when he came out, he was stunned. His companions, 2 people, had actually disappeared. A sea of blood surrounded the world. Could it be that the 2 of them had fallen? The Dragon Clan elder's scalp went numb. The strength of the 2 of them was not weaker than him. He actually had no strength to fight back. He was terrified and turned to escape. Don't you think it's too late to escape now? Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 Yan divine fire flew out and turned into countless golden crows. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The old man was burned to ashes. The 3rd top expert had fallen. The Black Dragon Sage's expression became incomparably ugly. He looked at the 4th person. That person looked younger and had a scar on his face. The Black Dragon Sage said to that person, "Go control the dragon boat and launch a world-destroying attack. I will restrain him." The 4th person, the scarred dragon, nodded. He said, "Don't worry, Sage. I will definitely complete the mission." As he spoke, he flew downwards. This time, they were going to activate the dragon boat's most terrifying power. Even if they had to destroy the entire dragon boat, they had to kill the other party. Lin Xian frowned and flew forward. However, the Black Dragon Sage stopped him. "Your opponent is me." He waved the Black Dragon Hammer and swept it in all directions. Lin Xian's expression was cold. "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." He was completely furious. He knew that there must be a terrifying trump card on the dragon boat. However, it needed time to activate. He would not give the other party a chance. He turned into the shadow of a demon god and charged forward. The Black Dragon Sage roared angrily, and his body bloomed with a terrifying light. The bloodline on his body was burning. "Today, I will let you see my most terrifying ultimate technique." Black Dragon World-Destroying Fist. A destructive aura appeared on the Black Dragon Sage's fists. With a punch, the flesh and blood on his fists turned into nothingness. Obviously, this was a destructive power. If he wanted to kill someone, he would also suffer a great impact. It was a fighting style that would cause both sides to suffer. However, the power was really terrifying. Even Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. For the first time, he did not take it head-on. With a punch, the endless void shattered, and the entire dragon boat was shaken by the impact. The light of many needle techniques on it dimmed. Nothing could block this punch. "What, you don't dare to fight back? Then go to hell." The Black Dragon Sage punched out once again. His other fist had also turned into white bones. The power of this punch was even more terrifying. Lin Xian's expression was cold. "You don't dare to fight back? You think too highly of yourself. I will let you see my strength." Lin Xian stood there, and the demonic aura on his body overflowed. A demonic shadow appeared behind him and slowly raised its palm. It clenched its 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. The entire body of the demonic figure was an illusion, but its fist was incomparably real. The materialized fist rushed over and fought against the Black Dragon World-Destroying Fist. "It is useless. You cannot block it." The Black Dragon Sage snorted coldly. His fist art was enough to destroy a few worlds in the universe. His opponent could not block it at all. Chapter 51-52. It was over. Some people from the Dragon Clan laughed. Under this kind of contemptuous fist technique, all resistance was futile. However, The Crimson Dragon race also laughed. They knew that the demonic shadow behind Lin Xian was terrifying. The demonic shadow from before could only condense a single finger, and that single finger was enough to sweep everything away. Now that it could condense a fist, how terrifying was its power? The demonic god fist and the world-exterminating fist collided in the sky. A power that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth erupted, and the endless array formations shattered at this moment. Some people turned into blood mist. The black hole in the heaven-devouring jar kept sinking, and cracks appeared on the black dragon ship. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. After the attack, a shattering sound could be heard. The black dragon sage widened his eyes in disbelief. He realized that his black dragon world-exterminating fist was shattered. How was this possible? This fist that could destroy thousands of worlds couldn't block it. No, at this moment, he was finally terrified. He turned around and fled into the distance, wanting to tear open the whirlpool and escape. However, how could Lin Xian let him escape? The demonic god fist broke open, and the world-exterminating fist attacked. The monstrous demonic aura enveloped the opponent. "Damn it, you can't kill me!" The black dragon sage roared crazily. However, no matter how he roared, he couldn't use this fist to penetrate the black dragon sage. His body shattered and turned into blood mist. He flew between heaven and earth. Was he dead? Countless people were shocked and didn't dare to believe it. That was a sage, a late-stage great sage. Now, he had fallen. What kind of fist was this? Everyone looked at the fist in horror. Those from the Dragon Sea race who were still alive were in despair. Their saints had already fallen. Who else would be able to contend against the other party? Thinking of the hatred between them, they were scared to death. Ba Tianxue and the others were also terrified. The current Lin Wuyi had Gai Si's divine might. The other party was no longer a young prodigy, but a peerless expert. A peerless existence that could kill a sage. And from the looks of it, the other party should be returning to the Alcade continent. Was he returning to the Saint Source ancient city? What kind of storm would that set off? If the other princes did not break through, wouldn't they all be trampled under the others' feet? Great! The Crimson Dragon and the others shouted excitedly. This punch was really too terrifying. Murong Qingqing and the others also laughed. Yu Xianzi was dumbfounded. He didn't believe Yunhua when she said that the young master was fearless. But now, he completely believed it. No wonder Yunhua was so respectful. It turned out that the other party was a godlike existence. This power was countless times more terrifying than the Black Dragon world-destroying fist from before. Even the Black Dragon Sage would not be able to withstand a dragon head. Now that there were 4 dragon heads, could Lin Xian block them? Lin Xian also felt his hair stand on end. At this moment, a dragon head shot out a light of destruction. Lin Xian quickly dodged, turning into an afterimage. However, after the light of destruction pierced through the afterimage, it still didn't give up. It charged towards him. Lin Xian shouted angrily. He released the yin-yang god, but it was also torn apart by the light of destruction. He knew that he had to use a powerful trump card. This was the soul power formed by 10,000 dragons. It was abnormally terrifying. Taking a deep breath, the demonic shadow behind him moved again. Demonic God Fist. A black fist punched out, destroying heaven and earth, blocking the light of destruction. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. Lin Xian took 2 steps back. The light of destruction in front of him disappeared. He actually blocked it. Countless people were shocked. This Lin Wuyi was too heaven-defying. The Crimson Dragon Sage and the others had ugly expressions. They could see that the danger hadn't disappeared. Sure enough, in the depths of the dragon boat, the scarred man gritted his teeth. Damn it, let's see how many times you can block it. The other 3 dragon heads once again erupted with endless power. They were condensing the light of destruction. Not good, the others were in despair. When these three lights of destruction exploded together, everyone's soul would be destroyed. Were the people of Longhai crazy? Lin Xian's face was pale. The demonic shadow behind him slowly disappeared. It was obvious that the previous two demonic god fists had consumed most of his strength. In addition, he had killed so many experts before this. The strength in his body was already gone. Haha, let's see how you die this time. The dragon-scarred man sensed Lin Xian's weakening aura and laughed sinisterly. Chapter 51-53. Lin Xian was indeed powerless now, but he still had the sword world. Feeling the power of the three destructive lights, he soared into the air. The three dragon heads also faced the sky and aimed at Lin Xian. Everyone also looked up. This attack should be enough to determine the outcome. Boom! 3 beams of destructive light erupted and shot up into the sky. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering, and Lin Xian also felt a huge force. It was as if a hammer had smashed into his body. Destroy the people of the Dragon Sea, sneered. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He took a deep breath. In the next moment, a sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was a dragon-shaped sword shadow. Great Dragon Sword Spirit. Lin Xian grabbed it and raised it above his head. He held the sword hilt with both hands and slashed down. What was this kid trying to do? Was he going to resist instead of running away? When countless people saw this scene, they were all stunned. What kind of joke was this? They could already see that Lin Xian had no power. Even if he had power, the demonic shadow behind him had disappeared. Could he block these 3 destructive lights? Ant reckless. The people of the Dragon Sea sneered. Slash! Lin Xian roared angrily, and the great dragon sword spirit slashed down. At the same time, the power of the sword world also flew out. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit seemed to have been resurrected. A sword slash could destroy heaven and earth. Roar! Roar! Between heaven and earth, the dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Countless people were shocked. Their faces were pale, and they quickly sealed their hearing. This power was enough to make their ears bleed. The people of the Dragon Clan were also excited. Great, the destructive lights were too powerful. However, the face of the scarred man who was controlling the array changed. That's not right, this is not the roar of the 3 dragon heads. What is it? Is it from the other party? How could this be? In the next moment, he saw a sword light slashing down between heaven and earth. It was like a peerless divine sword that cut through the 9 heavens. It collided with the 3 destructive lights. Boom! Boom! A dazzling light exploded in the sky as a destructive force swept through the 9 heavens. Fortunately, Lin Xian had arrived above the 9 heavens. Otherwise, this attack would have been enough to shatter the entire dragon boat. Even so, the dragon boat continued to roll, and the entire Dragon Sea was surging with wind and clouds. The boundless sea was torn apart as if the end of the world was coming. Those people on the dragon boat felt their scalps go numb. They closed their eyes tightly. At this moment, their lives were in the hands of someone else. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard as countless people waited. Was Lin Woody dead? The storm would probably last for a long time. Everyone was terrified. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder sounded between heaven and earth, and all of the destructive power was split apart by the sword. The sword light between heaven and earth became the only thing in the world. Everyone opened their eyes. What had happened? What is that? They saw Lin Xian wielding the divine sword and slicing the light of destruction into 2 halves. The terrifying storm of destruction was also torn apart by the sword. It was broken. They were shocked. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the resurrection of the sword god. Lin Xian had the 4 forces that could sweep across the universe. With one sword, he destroyed the light of destruction. He stood in the 9 heavens. With a stomp of his feet, The void all over the sky shattered. The devouring vortex swallowed all of the energy. Lin Xian stepped into the air and walked towards the depths of the dragon boat. How was that possible? The people of the Dragon Sea clan were desperate. In the depths of the dragon boat, the scarred man also couldn't believe it. Didn't the other party have no power? How could he block the three lights of destruction? In the next moment, she retreated in fear. She found that Lin Xian had already appeared in front of her. Damn kid, what do you want to do? I'm warning you, if you dare to touch me, Dragon Sea won't let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, his head flew up. The sword came out, and the man was killed. The scarred man's eyes widened. Even until his death, he couldn't believe that he would be killed in one move. Turning around, Lin Xian left. In the next moment, he came to the deck. Countless people watched in horror. Lin Xian walked towards Long Qianshan and the others. Long Qianshan and the others were in despair. They knelt on the ground. Spare us, we won't dare to do it again. Go to hell and say that. Lin Xian waved his hand, condensed the sword of death, and slashed at Long Qianshan. Long Qianshan wanted to escape, but he instantly turned into white bones. The other powerhouses of the Dragon Sea clan were also killed by him with the power of death. Dead, they were all dead. On the dragon boat, the people of the Dragon Sea clan were all killed. The others were also terrified. They had seen it with their own eyes. Would the other party kill them to silence them? Seeing Lin Xian's gaze, the surrounding people lowered their heads. Young master, please have mercy. We didn't see anything. We swear that we won't say a word about what happened today. Otherwise, our souls will be destroyed. Ba Tianxuet and the others also lowered their heads and begged for mercy. With the other party's strength, it would be easy for him to kill them. Lin Xian said. I can spare your lives, but you can't leave the dragon boat for the time being. I have something important to do. Stay here obediently and be safe. If anyone wants to escape, don't blame me for sending them to hell. After saying that, Lin Xian turned around and walked towards the palace inside. He wanted to go into seclusion to recover. The previous battle had consumed too much energy. The last sword strike had even used the power of the sword world. He had to recover quickly. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the Crimson Dragon, telling him to take control of the ship as quickly as possible. Because he knew that although the Dragon Sea clan didn't know about what happened here, they definitely knew that so many powerhouses had died. At that time, the other party would also send experts to investigate, so they had to take control of the dragon boat. They had to speed up and avoid the other party's investigation and pursuit. Don't worry, leave it to me. The Crimson Dragon flew in and prepared to take control of the dragon boat. He was also a member of the Dragon Clan and an array master. Lin Xian wasn't too worried. The others stayed obediently. No one dared to escape. The Dragon Sea clan had indeed received the news. The fall of the Holy Lord was such a big matter. They naturally knew who had fallen. The Dragon Sea clan was furious. Ever since Lin Wuyi disappeared, their Dragon Sea clan had been peaceful for a long time. Why did something unexpected happen today? Reporting to the Patriarch, it was the Black Dragon's sage. His soul jade tablet was shattered and he had fallen. The Black Dragon's sage. Patriarch Long Hai's expression changed. Wasn't he on the dragon boat? Could it be that there was a problem with the dragon boat? Quickly go and investigate. Inform the people nearby that they must investigate clearly. Patriarch Long Hai felt uneasy. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen. There were 2 dragon boats near the Dragon Sea. After receiving the news, they quickly searched. They were looking for the Black Dragon boat. The Crimson Dragon had already taken control of the Black Dragon boat. It used the power of the array formation on the boat to accelerate forward. Its speed was twice as fast as before, turning into a bolt of lightning between heaven and earth. It was too dangerous. The Toad also said that it was almost detected by the other party. However, it still had to speed up. The other party was catching up. Don't worry, Leave it to me. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws. He modified the array formation on the Black Dragon boat, making it even more powerful. Chapter 51-54. Under the control of the Crimson Dragon, the Black Dragon's ships sped up again. Finally, they left the area of investigation. Although the two ships behind them were still chasing after them, they were no longer in danger. They were able to successfully reach the shore before the other party could investigate. Lin Xian cultivated and recovered in the sword world, and he came out 2 days later. The strength in his body had also recovered. He found the Crimson Dragon god and said, "How is it?" The Crimson Dragon said that the array formation above had been broken, but there was a problem. That was the sleeping power of the Black Dragon ship. There were 4 dragon heads on it. The 4 that attacked you before, I can't deal with them. I'll give it a try. Lin Xian decided to negotiate with the 4 dragon heads. After all, the 4 dragon heads were too dangerous. If they self-destructed, they would probably be caught up in an instant. But would it be dangerous? Murong Qingqing was worried. Lin Xian laughed. Don't worry, I'm also considered half a dragon, and I have the great dragon sword spirit. They will recognize me. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by the aura of the dragon soul, and he flew towards the depths of the Black Dragon ship. Finally, he arrived at the core, where there was a secret room. Inside the secret room, there were 4 dragon heads in 4 directions. They emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. After Lin Xian arrived, the 4 dragon heads bloomed with an extremely terrifying radiance. Their gazes carried an aura of destruction. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the terrifying power of the great dragon sword spirit surged out from his body. A dragon shadow swept across the 9 heavens. Feeling the power of the dragon soul, the 4 dragon heads shook violently. Lin Xian looked at them and said coldly, "I am this generation's great dragon successor. Previously, I had no choice but to attack Longhai. After you submit, I will bring the dragon race to the peak," Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. The 4 dragon heads quieted down, and the destructive aura on their bodies disappeared. The entire secret room became incomparably quiet. "Very good, I'll take it as your agreement." Lin Xian turned and left. After settling the 4 dragon heads, the Black Dragon ship's speed became even faster. Half a month later, a continuous mountain range appeared in front of them. Murong Qingqing and the others all smiled. They could finally see the Yaoguang continent. Yunyu was also surprised. This speed was 5 times faster than before. Lin Xian summoned everyone on the Black Dragon ship and gathered them on the deck. He looked at these people and said, "They were already about to reach Yaoguang continent. However, I can't let you go yet. You will have to cultivate on the dragon boat." With that, Lin Xian led Murong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and Yunyu away. Their group rose into the air. The heaven-swallowing jar glowed brightly and swallowed the dragon boat. Lin Xian's group flew towards the Yuanguang continent. 10 days after they left, 2 more dragon boats arrived. Dragon Sea experts were descending from above. Damn it, the aura of the Black Dragon legend had actually disappeared. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that he went to the Yaoguang continent? Damn it, who was it? They actually dared to steal our Black Dragon ship. These people roared crazily. They didn't even have a clue. Holy Abyss Ancient City, Dao Sect, Divine Union. At this moment, the Dao Sect had also calmed down. Those Emperor-level figures were all cultivating. Nothing shocking had happened. There was only some news from the Yuhing continent. As for Lin Xian's matters, there was also less and less news. Therefore, it was exceptionally calm. The people of the Divine Union were anxiously investigating. It was said that their boss Lin had encountered divine punishment and fallen. They didn't believe it. They even decided to head to the Yuhan continent to search for news about Lin Xian. However, before they could set off, a few figures had already returned. Boss, it's you. Nalan, Liang, Yuren, and the others were stunned. Bai Susu's eyes were also red. You didn't die. That's great. I knew that you wouldn't agree so easily. The entire Divine Union was extremely shocked. The Crimson Dragon set up an array formation and isolated all news. Then, he said, how could we have fallen? We still have to deal with the Dragon Prince when we return. The people of the Divine Union were very happy. Everyone held a banquet, and it was very lively. Of course, everything was isolated by the array formation. The people outside didn't know about Lin Xian's return at all. A few days later, everyone gradually calmed down. Bai Susu found Lin Xian and said, Kid, what do you plan to do next? Are you really going to make a move on the Dragon Prince? Although your strength has increased during this period, the Dragon Prince isn't weak either. His strength must have increased during this period. It was said that he was very close to becoming a great sage. He was only a step away. Lin Xian smiled. Is that so? He hadn't broken through to become a great sage. What about Kunpingzi? Bai Susu shook his head. No. Although they hadn't broken through to become great sages, their strength was equivalent to a great sage. One had to know that they had the bloodline of emperors. It was 10 times harder for them to break through to become a top genius. How could it be so easy to break through? Lin Xian smiled. But I broke through. Bai Susu was shocked. What? What did you break through? In the next moment, she gasped. Don't tell me you broke through to become a great sage? She couldn't believe it. Lin Xian smiled. That's right. I did break through to become a great sage. Lin Xian released his law power. Bai Susu felt a sense of horror. You really broke through. It was too unbelievable. Only now did she understand why he dared to make a move on the Dragon Prince. This guy broke through before the Dragon Prince. It could be said that he was above the Dragon Prince. He was extremely excited. I also want to see how the Dragon Prince is suppressed. Oh right, kid, you have to hurry because the Dragon Prince is going to call for a battle of the young titans. One of them is a young paragon. A battle of the young paragons? Lin Xian was shocked. Bai Susu was right. It seemed that he wanted to use this battle to break through the shackles and become a great sage. Kunpingzi also had the same intention, so he agreed to participate. With the two princes taking the lead, all the top geniuses and experts of the entire Alcade continent were paying attention. Other than them, there were also many people who were preparing to participate. For example, Yi Wudao and Gu Feng. Although they weren't princes, they cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. Their strength was also unfathomable. Other than them, the top geniuses of the 3 great orthodoxies would also participate. For example, the overlord of the Earth sect. Other than that, other peerless sects and remote antiquity families might also send their most outstanding geniuses to participate in the battle of the young paragons. It could be said that a storm was brewing. If you want to make a move, you can trample the Dragon Prince under your feet on this battlefield in front of the world. I don't think he will be able to break through. His Dao heart will probably collapse. Very well. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a biting cold light. First, he would shatter the Dragon Prince's Dao heart. Next, he would unite the power of the Desolate Tower and kill him together. He asked, when will the battle of the young paragons begin? 3 months later. 3 months was very fast. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I will participate in this battle. By the way, the news of my return must not be spread. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't dare to come. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a biting cold light. Chapter 51-55. The Battle of the Young Titans. The Dragon Prince initiated a battle that gathered all the young geniuses. Countless people were shocked. Those who thought they were top geniuses were ready to participate. Those who weren't qualified were also ready to watch. This was probably the most intense battle of all the top geniuses in the Yaoguang continent. Sure enough, more and more people gathered at the Saint Origin battlefield. That was the ancient battlefield, where countless super mighty figures and peerless powerhouses had fought. It was enough for the young titans to have a good fight there. Countless families and sects, as well as the older generation powerhouses, were ready to watch. Perhaps a young supreme being would emerge from this battle. The two princes who had been confirmed to participate in the battle became two mountains in everyone's heart. The Dragon Prince and the Kunping Child. These two were incomparably terrifying. Perhaps their existence could crush everything. However, there were also people who were confident. For example, Yi Wudao, Gu Feng, and the others were ready to participate. Among them, the ancient wind began to sweep in all directions. Previously, it was the Dragon Prince, Lin Xian, and the others who stood out. He had been unknown. But now, he had cultivated the ancient void scripture to a terrifying level. Therefore, he challenged all the geniuses. One after another, the top powerhouses of the families and sects were defeated by him in less than 10 moves. This shocked countless people. Another peerless expert had appeared. Yi Wudao didn't challenge anyone, but someone else challenged him. In the end, he couldn't even block a punch from Yi Wudao. Countless people were shocked. They knew that these two were peerless geniuses who cultivated the ancient earth scripture. In addition to them, there was the overlord of the tyrants and the golden crows. There were even experts in the purple mansion realm who came out one after another. These people swept the world and made a name for themselves. They were preparing for the final battle. There was another person who took action, and that was Yao Guang. However, he was very low-key and didn't attack anyone. However, his figure was present in every battle. Among those who had lost, there would always be people who would mysteriously disappear. He was the one who assassinated them and swallowed their corpses. He cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring art, and no one knew what level he had reached. The time was getting closer and closer. There were many experts in the Saint Origin ancient city. There were already figures flickering on the battlefield. Those who had attacked before didn't take action. Instead, they began to cultivate in seclusion. They adjusted their physique to the peak and prepared for the strongest battle. In the last few days, these experts began to appear. They all headed to the Saint Origin battlefield. The Saint Origin battlefield was an ancient battlefield inside the ancient city. It was incomparably vast. Moreover, this place was very hard, so there was no need to worry about it being broken. Outside the battlefield, there was a sea of people. Countless experts had gathered. They were looking forward to it. Look, that's the Dragon Prince. They saw a figure standing there with his hands clasped behind his back. Tens of thousands of dragons circled around him, making him look like a peerless dragon god. He was the Dragon Prince. He was too powerful. Sensing the bloodline aura of the other party, countless people cried out in alarm. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were delighted. The young paragon is definitely our Dragon Prince. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. The people of the Sky sect laughed. It was too early to speak. Dragon Prince is not invincible. Our Kunping Z is the strongest. As he spoke, everyone looked over again. A man surrounded by a black and white aura descended. He was like a heavenly deity, his might overwhelming the surroundings. His aura was no weaker than the Dragon Prince's. In fact, it was even more terrifying. Its appearance made the Dragon Prince's eyes shine fiercely. The gazes of the two princes clashed and swept across the 9 heavens. Everyone was excited. They were finally going to witness the battle between the two princes. In addition to them, there was also a figure who was emitting purple light. Like a purple god of war, it was the Yi family sage physique Yi Wudao. With the stomp of his foot, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A terrifying aura rushed toward the two princes. Obviously, Yi Wudao was going to take out his true battle strength to challenge the princes. The void shattered, and a figure suddenly appeared. Countless people exclaimed, and even the pupils of the older generation shrank. Because before this, they had not sensed anyone at all. It was the top genius of the Gu family, Gu Feng. The ancient void scripture, the power of space, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Countless people were shocked. The Dragon Prince and Kun Pingzi also frowned. The sage physique was very terrifying and had infinite strength. The ancient void scripture had the legend that space was king. These two people could not be underestimated. Of course, they were very confident and fearless. In addition to them, the other powerhouses and geniuses also went up one after another. Standing on the holy abyss battlefield, one figure after another was like a god-fiend. Look, that's the Overlord. That's the genius of the Golden Crow clan. That's the elite of the Purple Mansion realm. The 9 successors of the Purple Mansion realm this time were all very mysterious. Countless people exclaimed. A figure stood in the crowd, his eyes flickering. He was wearing a white robe and had a handsome face. It was Yao Guang. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Fight! It would be best if you all turned the world upside down and died. At that time, I'll devour all of you. Up until now, he had devoured many geniuses, but he had not devoured any princes. He really wanted to taste the princes. Who do you think will win in the end? I think there are a few people who have a chance. It's useless. I think the 2 princes are still the strongest. No one else can challenge the princes. As soon as these words came out, some people were unhappy. Who said that? Have you forgotten about Lin Wudi? Many people's faces changed when they heard that name. How could they forget that name? However, that name had become a taboo now. Who dared to mention it at this time? Who was so reckless? They turned their heads and looked. It was the people of the Divine Union. Countless people were shocked. Bai Susu and the others also came and stood there. Who said that the princes were undefeatable? Back then, Lin Wudi defeated the Dragon Prince with his own strength. Nothing is absolute in this world. I think Yi Wudao has a chance too. The others were silent. That was indeed the case. Some people said that it was a pity that Lin Wudi no longer existed. Many experts of the older generation sighed. A genius who had been crowned as a king had actually fallen? It was said that he had encountered heavenly punishment in the Yuhan continent. He had been beaten until his soul was destroyed. What a pity! If he was still alive, this battle would be even more exciting. Yes, a crowned king could definitely sweep through the 9 heavens. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not resist heavenly punishment. The people of the 1000 Dragon Dynasty snorted coldly. A dead person was not qualified to be compared to the Dragon Prince. On the ancient battlefield, the Dragon Prince sneered when he heard that. Regardless of whether he is dead or not, if he dares to appear again, I can suppress him with one hand. There was a terrifying light in the Dragon Prince's eyes. He was now only a step away from the Great Sage Realm. After this ancient war, he would immediately break through to the Great Sage Realm. At that time, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. Even if Lin Wudi was alive, how could he fight with him? Chapter 51-56. Kun Pengzi shook his head and sighed. Lin Wudi was very strong, but it was a pity that he couldn't fight with him. To be honest, he also wanted to fight with Lin Xian after he was crowned king. Unfortunately, Lin Xian had died. Yi Wudao's eyes flickered. He believed in Brother Lin. He had always felt that Lin Xian wouldn't die so easily. On the other side, Gu Feng snorted. Dead? He deserved it. He didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Had he died? On the Z Mansion side, Qin Sienna sighed. She didn't expect that Lin Xian had already died when they met again. Disappointment appeared in her eyes. At this moment, the Dragon Prince shouted coldly. All right, there's no need to waste time on a dead person. The battle of the young paragons could begin. As his voice fell, the surrounding people became excited. Who would be the first to attack? The battle between the Dragon Prince and Kunping-zi would probably be the last. That was indeed the case. The two emperors' sons would not easily decide a victor. I'll go first. Qin Sienna walked out. She was dressed in red, and her face was so beautiful that it would shock anyone who saw her. A long sword appeared in her hand. The sword light was like water and carried a biting cold aura. She was so beautiful. Countless people exclaimed when they saw this scene. She was one of the successors of the Z mansion. Who was she going to challenge? Qin Sienna stared at Gu Feng and a cold light appeared in her eyes. Previously, some people had sighed at Lin Xian. However, Gu Feng had mocked and said that Lin Xian had died well. Qin Sienna couldn't stand it. Therefore, at this moment, she attacked Gu Feng. She pointed her sword forward. Countless people exclaimed. It was actually Gu Feng. Gu Feng's lips curled up into a smile. Fairy wants to challenge me? Come on then. He stood in the void and his figure swayed. He seemed to be independent of heaven and earth. To be honest, Gu Feng's target this time was the two princes. Therefore, even if Qin Sienna was one of the successors of the magistrate, he didn't care at all. Qin Sienna's expression was cold. She stomped her feet and flew out like lightning. The autumn water sword in her hand slashed down, and the sword light turned into the only thing in the world. What a fast and terrifying sword technique! Countless people were shocked. Previously, they felt that Qin Sienna was overestimating herself by challenging Gu Feng. But from the looks of it now, the other party definitely had the strength to do so. Probably not many people would be able to withstand this sword strike. As expected of a top genius, the successor of the Purple Mansion. No one who had come to the Holy Gulf battlefield was weak. Countless cries of surprise could be heard. Ancient Wind was also stunned. A terrifying sword technique? His figure flickered and instantly disappeared. The place where he had been standing had been torn apart by the sword chi. He appeared in another location. Qin Sienna attacked again, her sword chi sweeping across the land. Gu Feng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Suddenly, Qin Sienna became one with her sword. The sword stabbed out at an extremely fast speed. This time, Gu Feng did not dodge, causing countless people to cry out in surprise. Could it be that he could not dodge? The corners of Qin Sienna's mouth curled up into a smile. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. That was because she saw Gu Feng forming a seal. A crack appeared in front of him. It was a spatial crack that severed the heaven and earth. However, she felt as if she had entered a swamp, and her movements became difficult. She was actually unable to stab her opponent with her sword. What's going on? She was clearly very close. Why couldn't she hurt him? The surrounding young dancers were all stunned. So close yet so far. One of the older generation experts said in a deep voice. Although it was only a meter away, the ancient wind had formed a folded space. The real distance was probably millions of miles away, so Qin Sienna could not hurt him at all. What? So terrifying. Folded space? What kind of technique was this? Countless people were shocked. Was this a spatial god art? It was too unbelievable. Qin Sienna also frowned. What a strange spatial god art. She formed a seal with her left hand and stretched out her fingers. Petals danced on her fingertips and charged forward. The void kept shattering. Peerless god art, void shattering finger, specialized in shattering the void. It's useless. You're no match for me at all. Gu Feng smiled in disdain and formed a seal again, forming a spatial barrier that directly enveloped Qin Sienna. Qin Sienna felt an invisible force that wanted to tear her body apart. She retreated. How could he be so strong? Qin Sienna's face turned pale. Although she was at the same level as him, his technique was too strange. Was this the inheritance of the great emperor? She suddenly felt a sense of despair. One had to know that as the successor of the Purple Mansion sect, she cultivated the god arts of the ancient sages. She was a top genius. Even if 10 of the other geniuses joined forces, they would not be able to block one of her attacks. However, even after learning so many god arts, compared to the inheritance of the great emperor, they were still too weak. The difference was like heaven and earth. Was the great emperor so terrifying? Qin Xian's eyes were filled with loneliness. She did not attack again. The surrounding people also exclaimed. Gu Feng was too strong. This Gu Feng was unbelievably strong. The young geniuses were filled with despair. Some of them even shook their heads immediately. Previously, they still thought that they could attack Gu Feng. Now, they did not dare to even if they were beaten to death. Gu Feng stood there with his hands behind his back and said loudly, "It's useless. You're no match for me at all." Countless experts of the remote antiquity family and peerless sect frowned. There were probably no more than 5 people who could fight against Gu Feng. On a mountain peak in the distance, a mysterious figure stood there, looking forward with flickering eyes. The ancient void scripture was indeed powerful. Then, she looked around and frowned slightly. Why wasn't Lin Xian here yet? Was he going to miss this battle? She was Yen Ryu. She came here to watch the Dragon Prince fight. After all, her enemy was the Dragon Prince. She wanted to see how powerful the Dragon Prince was. At the same time, she came here to wait for Lin Xian and prepare to meet him. Then, they would work together to discuss a plan to kill the Dragon Prince. However, it seemed that Lin Xian had not shown up yet. Lin Xian was already here. He just did not show up. He was waiting. He wanted to see how powerful these people were. Seeing Qin Xian stand up for him, Lin Xian felt warmth in his heart. Then, his face darkened. Gu Feng, he would not let him go later. At that moment, another person walked over. It was the Overlord. He looked at Yu Wudao and said in a deep voice, "I want to see how powerful your unparalleled saint body is. Please enlighten me." Yu Wudao strode over. His body emitted an extremely terrifying light. The Overlord's expression was solemn. He took a step forward and threw out a punch. The Overlord's divine fist. An extremely heavy power swept through the 9 heavens like a boundless sea. The entire space was shattered into pieces. The people around felt their scalps go numb. This punch seemed to be able to tear any supreme saint into pieces. No one could resist it. In response, Leaf Doudenier laughed heartily. He also threw out a punch. He turned into a 9 heavens immortal king and descended from the sky. This punch was also extremely terrifying. Chapter 51-57. The collision between the immortal king and the Overlord caused an earth-shattering sound. Then, a figure retreated. The Overlord pushed back, causing the ground to shake. One of his arms drooped down, and he could no longer feel it. He was too strong. Although he was a top genius of the Overlord tribe and a terrifying Overlord body. He could even kill a mid-stage great sage with one punch. But he was suppressed by the other party. In the next moment, he stretched out his left hand and said again. At this moment, endless blood energy surged from his body, and the wind and clouds changed. Rays of light fell from the sky and landed on the Overlord's body. The Overlord roared, and his aura was powerful. His body kept growing, as if he had turned into a giant. Barbarian God Palm. This attack was like the resurrection of the ancient barbarian god. The power was several times stronger than before. Countless people were shocked. The Overlord was so terrifying, and his power was probably very close to that of a great sage. Sure enough, the older generation people also looked serious. These people were only at the peak of Great Sage King, and they were already so terrifying? Lin Xian was also shocked. He knew how powerful Yu Wudao was. He had met the Overlord tribe before, and he had even fought with the Overlord. He didn't expect the Overlord tribe to be able to unleash such terrifying power. It was really shocking. But he believed that Yu Wudao could handle it, and the other party cultivated the ancient scripture of earth. At this moment, the Hellfire Dragon's voice rang in his mind. The Overlord tribe was fighting with the sacred body again, but unfortunately, it was just an ordinary Overlord body. Ordinary Overlord body, what did that mean? Lin Xian was confused. The Hellfire Dragon said, "Do you know that the sacred body has an archenemy, and that is the Overlord body?" But it was not an ordinary Overlord body, but the Overlord body of the heavens. Lin Xian was shocked. Was it very powerful? The Hellfire Dragon said, "Very powerful. I remember that the Overlord body of the heavens once killed a great sage body." Lin Xian was shocked. A great sage body dared to fight against a great emperor, but it was killed by the Overlord body of the heavens. That kind of physique must be extremely terrifying. The Overlord tribe was not to be underestimated. Boom! As he spoke, another earth-shattering sound came from the front. The Overlord used the barbarian god's palm, while Leaf Dao Denier opened his palm. Behind him was the phantom of an immortal king. This palm strike was even more powerful than before. Immortal kings descended from the 9 heavens, sweeping through the mortal world. The barbaric god's fist was suppressed once again. This time, the Overlord retreated. His blood and chi churned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Were the members of the tyrants injured? It was still too difficult. The Elder of the Earth sect shook his head and sighed. Even though the Overlord's physique was extraordinary, he did not possess the ancient Great Earth scripture after all. "I actually lost, Overlord. My hands are numb, and I can't punch for a while." He laughed bitterly. "I didn't expect you to be so strong. Thank you for letting me win," Yi Dao Denier said coolly. The illusions of the 9 heavens disappeared. The Overlord took a deep breath. He said that although he had lost, it did not mean that the tyrants had lost. The surrounding people were shocked. What did that mean? Could it be that there was an even more terrifying genius in the tyrants? If they remembered correctly, the tyrant was the number 1 genius of the tyrants. Even Leaf Dao Denier was taken aback. Kunping Zi frowned. Could it be? The Overlord laughed. "That's right, I'm not the number 1 genius of the tyrants. We have an even more terrifying genius in the tyrants. He's the tyrant body of the heavens." Kunping Zi was shocked. The other elders also exclaimed. The tyrant body of the heavens was such an ancient name. However, no one dared to underestimate him. These words were as heavy as a mountain, causing everyone to be terrified. The young geniuses did not understand. What was the tyrant body of the heavens? Was it very powerful? When the elders said that the tyrant body of the heavens had killed a sage physique, the young geniuses were stunned. This short sentence was enough to explain the terror of the tyrant body of the heavens. The members of the Yi family also frowned. That kind of physique had appeared again? 50,000 years ago, a sage physique had appeared in the Yi family. In the end, he was killed by the tyrant body of the heavens. How could they forget this matter? They did not expect that such a bloodline would appear in the tyrants again. Yi Dao Denier took a deep breath and said coldly, "Is he here yet? I'll fight him." His eyes were filled with a fierce battle intent. The Overlord said. He was still cultivating in seclusion at the moment. "However, don't worry, he will come out soon." "All right, I'll wait for him." Yi Dao Denier was also very confident. He was not afraid of anything. Yi Dao Denier and Gu Feng showed their strength one after another. Everyone was shocked. These people were probably qualified to challenge the Emperor's son. The others were no match for them at all. For a moment, no one dared to challenge them. However, they all attacked each other. Among them, a few dazzling figures appeared. For example, a powerful genius walked out from the Golden Crow tribe. She was a woman. She was the Golden Crow princess. Her strength and physique were also very strong. Her flames were even more terrifying. They could melt everything. Apart from the Dragon Prince, a few other top geniuses came out from the 1,000 Dragon Court. Among them was a person called Long Lei. Terrifying lightning circled around his body as he looked down on the Divine Union. Lin Woody is dead. Is there no one in the Divine Union who can fight? I think you should disband as soon as possible. A cold voice was heard, causing the members of the Dragon Palace to laugh. How could the Divine Union be compared to the Dragon Tribe? The members of the Divine Union gnashed their teeth in anger. Everyone else had strange expressions on their faces. They looked like they were watching a show. Both the Dragon Palace and the Divine Union were factions of the True Path sect. Had the battle between them not ended yet? It seemed like it would continue. On the Divine Union side, Bai Susu gritted her teeth. What was there to be arrogant about? She walked out. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. After Bai Susu came out, she formed seals with her palms and formed 4 clones. They covered the sky and covered the earth. An earth-shattering power swept through the 9 heavens. Countless people were shocked. These were clones, right? Each of them was extremely terrifying. She could actually form 4 clones in an instant. How extraordinary. It seemed like the Divine Union had other top experts besides Lin Xian. Long Lei sneered. He was unmoved. Look at me. 10,000 thunder palm. He raised his palms and waved his dragon claws. Lightning gathered on them, forming a lightning net that covered the sky. The battle with Bai Susu was extremely intense. However, after 100 moves, a tail suddenly appeared behind Long Lei and struck Bai Susu's shoulder. Bai Susu was sent flying. A crack appeared on Bai Susu's shoulder, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured. Countless people were shocked. The members of the Divine Union were also shocked. Damn it! Was that a hidden weapon? He actually had a tail. Those people gritted their teeth. The other party had hidden it too well. Long Lei snorted. You're just SOSO. I think the Divine Union is trash. Chapter 51-58. Long Lei was unusually arrogant. However, the strength displayed by his opponent was extremely terrifying. Even Bai Susu was defeated. It was likely that the other members of the Divine Union would not have a chance of winning. Lin Xian transmitted his voice through the void. Susu, come back. I will avenge you. Bai Susu walked back into the room. The people from the Divine Union hurriedly asked, Senior Sister Bai, are you all right? I'm fine, just a little injured. I didn't expect this guy to be hiding a tail. Bai Susu gritted her teeth and swallowed the pill. The people from Dragon Palace sneered. Without Linwoody, you are nothing. Surrender obediently as soon as possible. Otherwise, all of you will die without a burial ground. The people of Dragon Palace started to show off. Long Lei continued to clamor. Come on. If one of you isn't a match for him, I'll allow the 2 of you to fight him together. If all 10 of you come at me at once, I can suppress all of you with one hand. As long as they are from the Divine Union, I will accept their challenge. Bai Susu gritted her teeth. How arrogant! Nailin Liang also snorted coldly. You said it yourself? When the people from the Divine Union arrive, you have to accept the challenge. Of course, there's no problem. I'm just afraid that you don't have any experts. Bai Susu sneered. Just you wait. They knew that Lin Xian was nearby. When the time came, they would see how the other party died. However, Long Lei did not care at all. After ruthlessly suppressing the Divine Dragon, he turned around and left proudly. Next, the geniuses of the Blue Tribe and the powerhouses of the Dragon Sea also challenged the Divine Union. He was very pleased with himself. Suddenly, everyone thought that the Divine Union was finished. After Linwoody's death, he was targeted by so many experts. He would probably end up in a miserable state. Next, the battle continued. Some other experts and geniuses tried to challenge the Crown Prince. In the end, the Dragon Prince and Kun Pingzi completely ignored him. Because their opponents were too weak, they did not have the qualifications to challenge them. They had no choice but to challenge Leaf Doudenier and Ancient Wind, and were defeated within 10 moves. After the Overlord regained his strength, he looked ahead. He looked at Kun Pengzi and said, I want to fight against the Crown Prince. Please give me a chance. Kunping-zi nodded. As you wish, take out your strongest technique. Although the conqueror was defeated, he was still a top genius and qualified to challenge them. Furthermore, he would be able to show everyone exactly how strong the crown prince was. Tyrant took a deep breath and roared as he threw a punch forward. Barbaric God's palm. The terrifying palm covered the sky. In the face of such a terrifying attack, the Kunping only stretched out a finger and pointed forward. A black and white aura revolved around his finger. With the point of his finger, the mountains and rivers shattered. The barbarian god's palm shattered into pieces. The overlord was also sent flying while coughing up blood. A bloody hole had appeared on his body. Fortunately, it wasn't a vital part. He knew that Kunping-zi had already shown mercy. His scalp went numb. Many thanks for showing mercy. The surrounding people were all shocked. Wasn't this too powerful? Earlier, when Leaf Daudenier had fought back against the barbarian god's palm, he had used the immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. But now, Kunping-zi had severely injured the tyrant with just a finger. What kind of power was this? Was this the strength of the crown prince? It was simply unimaginable. The laws of yin and yang are indeed powerful. I want to experience it for myself. Leaf Daudenier strode forward, his voice resounding. The others were all shaken. It seemed like a top-level battle was about to start. Kunping-zi nodded. As you wish. He also wanted to experience the terror of the Yi family's unparalleled saint physique and the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Leaf Daudenier didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, the purple light on his body condensed into the phantom of an immortal king. The immortal king descends to the 9 heavens. The terrifying phantom stood indomitable and suppressed the 8 desolates. Countless people were shocked. Did he use such a peerless technique as soon as he appeared? From the looks of it, Leaf Daudenier was also facing a great enemy. Facing this peerless technique, Kunping-zi didn't use a single finger. Instead, he slapped out with his palm. His palm turned into a Kunping that soared between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth shattered, and the entire ancient battlefield shook. So powerful. Countless people retreated. The immortal king and the Kunping fought. A heaven-shaking voice resounded through heaven and earth. Laws swept out. At this moment, Leaf Daudenier took a step forward and instantly disappeared. When he appeared, he was already behind Kunping-zi. A pair of fists charged towards Kunping-zi's head. What fast speed! Countless people were shocked. Was this a spatial divine ability? They were all stunned. This speed made even the scalps of the Gu family tingle. Gu Feng's face darkened. The people of the heavenly sect said, 10,000 steps in an instant. This was a peerless movement technique in the Heavenly Emperor Sutra. It was a great emperor's divine ability. No wonder it was so powerful. This movement technique was no different from spatial teleportation. Kunping-zi was still not afraid. A pair of wings appeared on his back. The laws of yin and yang circulated on them and slashed behind, turning into 2 heavenly blades. They collided with Leaf Daudenier's fist. The surroundings trembled, and Leaf Daudenier retreated. The black and white heavenly blades attacked, but in an instant, Leaf Daudenier used it again. 10,000 steps in an instant. He dodged quickly. He came forward and merged with the heaven and earth phenomenon, the immortal king descending to the 9th heaven. He formed a seal with both hands and enveloped Kunping-zi. 10,000 miles of deity ground. A barrier formed in front of him as if it had turned into an immortal world. A mysterious aura bloomed. Kunping-zi felt a huge pressure. In this deity ground, Leaf Daudenier was the ruler. Kunping-zi shouted angrily. The other party had a great emperor's divine ability. Did he not have one? Yin and yang reversed, and heaven and earth were reversed. Black and white light bloomed in his eyes, and a terrifying yin and yang power swept out. The entire deity ground shook violently. Endless mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sky was destroyed. It was a scene of the end of the world. Even the primordial battlefield outside was shaking non-stop. The surrounding people felt a terrifying aura that was about to tear their bodies apart. It was too terrifying. They retreated frantically. Boom! The deity ground in front of them shattered. Kunpingzi charged out powerfully. He covered Yin and Yang with one hand and attacked Leaf Doudenier. He sent Leaf Doudenier flying. Was he defeated? Countless people were shocked. Kunpingzi was too strong. However, Leaf Doudenier roared. Although cracks appeared on his body, they quickly healed. His recovery ability was too strong. Countless people were shocked. The ancient Tao Heart Sutra. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. The Dragon Prince also narrowed his eyes. The Yi family had a great emperor, who was called Celestial Emperor Yi. He was an extremely powerful figure, and the Celestial Emperor's sutra he left behind was all-encompassing. All kinds of divine abilities were endless. This recovery power was one of the ultimate techniques in the Heaven and Earth Sutra. He didn't expect Leaf Doudenier to cultivate this too. Was he going to become the second Celestial Emperor of the Yi family? So strong. Lin Xian was also surprised. These great emperors' ancient sutras were really terrifying. It seemed that none of the people in front of him were weak. He felt his blood boil. The others were even more surprised. Leaf Doudenier was not defeated and still had the strength to fight. The other party had the strength to compete with the Imperial Sun. He was probably an uncrowned king. Chapter 51-59. Next, Yu Wudao and Kunpingzi fought again. All kinds of great emperor secret techniques appeared. Although Yu Wudao was suppressed and at a disadvantage, he wasn't defeated. This shocked everyone. Even if Yu Wudao wasn't crowned as a king, he had the right to do so. He was known as the uncrowned king. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Great! The Yi family was overjoyed. Their nurturing was not in vain. As expected, Daolas had a supreme demeanor. The Dragon Prince's eyes shone with a cold light. This was interesting. As expected, every great emperor was unique. Seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. I wonder how the void ancient scripture is? He stared at Gu Feng. Gu Feng looked solemn. He snorted and charged forward. His body disappeared instantly. In an instant, he was above the 9 heavens. With a wave of his hands, countless cracks appeared in the void. Void exile. He wanted to exile the Dragon Prince into the darkness of the universe. Everyone was shocked. It was too powerful. It was really a fierce battle. They were extremely excited. Such a battle might not be seen once in a few thousand years. The others on the battlefield retreated. They didn't have the strength to participate in such a battle. Moreover, the energy storm could easily injure them. Hence, they retreated to the edge. The place where the Dragon Prince was instantly swallowed by the darkness and disappeared. The people of the Dragon Palace were nervous, but the people of the Thousand Dragon Dynasty sneered. It was impossible to defeat the Dragon Prince. Indeed, not long after, a dragon claw covered the sky and tore through the void. The Dragon Prince came back from the universe and roared furiously. True Dragon 9 transformations. The terrifying giant dragon rolled, and every time it did so, it would destroy the heavens and earth. Gu Feng felt a huge threat. He swept his hands in all directions. So close yet so far. Endless folded space condensed and terrifying power entered the folded space. Although it looked dangerous, it couldn't hurt him. Void God Finger. After getting rid of the danger, Gu Feng pointed with his finger. There were endless mysterious Tao runes on his finger. This was a supreme technique of the void scripture. His finger disappeared in an instant. No one knew where it would come from. Boom! All of a sudden, he dashed out in front of the Dragon Prince, aiming for the Dragon Prince's glabella. This finger was capable of destroying everything. The Dragon Emperor was infuriated and struck out with his palm. However, this palm was a combination of illusion and reality. It actually struck empty air. An extremely terrifying radiance erupted from his eyes. Eyes of the divine dragon. Divine light shot out from his eyes, shattering everything. Master Hollow God was blocked. Then, the dragon prince strode forward. You have angered me. Terrifying killing intent appeared in his eyes as he charged towards Gu Feng. Heavenly Dragon Hand. He stretched out his arm and tore the 9 heavens apart. Gu Feng kept dodging, and the two of them started fighting again. The Dragon Prince was very terrifying, and he was angry, so Gu Feng was in danger. Fortunately, he cultivated the Space God art, so he could rely on his elusive movement technique to avoid danger many times. But even so, he was still at a disadvantage. A great battle broke out on the two battlefields, and the two imperial princes displayed their might. However, the more Leaf Dao Denier and Ancient Wind fought, the fiercer they became. He didn't seem to be defeated at all. This left countless people shocked. 2 crowned kings, 2 uncrowned kings, it really was too shocking. The battle continued for 500 moves. Suddenly, both sides exploded with power and retreated. The 4 of them spread out in all directions and faced each other. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The surrounding people didn't dare to say a word. Their hearts were in their mouths. It was too shocking. Leaf Dao Denier didn't attack Kunpingzi anymore. Instead, he turned around and looked at Gu Feng. He used the Immortal King Descends to the 9 heavens and charged over. Gu Feng also charged over. Void God Finger. A great battle broke out between the two sides, and countless people became excited. The 2 uncrowned kings were fighting. What about the 2 crowned kings? They looked at the 2 imperial princes. The Dragon Prince said, I said that I will defeat you with my own hands. I am the strongest imperial prince. He used the true Dragon 9 transformations and charged over. The 9 dragons roared together, and at the same time, their eyes were filled with a destructive divine light that swept through everything. Kunpingzi snorted coldly. You don't have the right. He seemed to have turned into the god of yin and yang, and he was incomparably powerful. Yin and yang alternated, and the universe was reversed. The terrifying world shattered, and the 2 imperial princes finally began to fight. This time, the power was too terrifying. Even Leaf Dao Denier and Gu Feng quickly retreated. They pulled away. The battle between the 2 imperial princes could destroy everything. The 4 of them fought for another 600 moves and stood in 4 directions again. Everyone's face was a little solemn. It seemed that if they didn't use their trump cards, they wouldn't be able to determine the winner. The Dragon Prince snorted coldly. I didn't expect that other than Lin Woody you two would appear. It seems that I have to take out my real trump card. The Dragon Prince's bloodline erupted. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. Leaf Dao Denier and Gu Feng looked solemn. Was the final battle about to begin? Kunpingzi also nodded. It was time to determine the winner. Countless people were excited. They knew that the young paragon would be born between the 4 of them. They wondered who it would be. The Dragon Prince's aura became more and more terrifying. He had originally prepared this move to deal with Lin Xian. However, it was a pity that he was dead. Well, I'll use this move to send you guys on your way. He was ready to attack. At this moment, an iron staff fell from the sky. Who dares to say that my brother Lin is the younger brother? With a boom, heaven and earth shattered. The Dragon Prince's pupils constricted, and he quickly retreated. Kunpingzi, Gu Feng, and Leaf Dao Denier also dodged quickly. The area in front of them instantly turned into chaos. Another expert had arrived? Who was it that could scare off 4 top-notch experts? Everyone looked carefully. It's him! Some of the older generation exclaimed. They saw a monkey holding an iron staff, walking in the air. Wasn't that the monkey who had been crowned king? Back then, this monkey had attacked Kunpingzi and the Dragon Prince. They didn't expect him to appear again. It's you! The Dragon Prince's face became extremely cold. This monkey was with Lin Xian. He had once made him grit his teeth. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. For example, the geniuses of the Blue Clan and the Dragon Sea Clan were terrified. How could they forget that there was such a monkey? He was also on the side of the Divine Union. If the other party attacked them, would they be able to withstand it? At the thought of this, they felt a lingering fear. However, they soon laughed. No matter how strong the other party was, could he defeat the Dragon Prince? The Dragon Prince was definitely the strongest now. After killing this monkey, they would destroy the Divine Union. They would see who would dare to go against them. The Dragon Prince's face was extremely cold. Monkey, I prepared a move for Lin Xian. He won't be able to use it, but it can send you to hell. The Dragon Prince's body exploded with a fierce killing intent, sweeping across the 9 heavens. Sun Qitian shouted coldly, pointing his iron staff forward. You couldn't do anything to me before. Do you think you can hurt me now? Ridiculous. I'll suppress you today. He was fearless. However, at this moment, a faint voice was heard. Brother Monkey, let me deal with him. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.